There it is. That's the voice we wanted to hear. And Sally and whoever else, please, guys, I usually pause the recordings for breaks and then try to remember to turn it back on. And sometimes I don't remember. So please throw sharp objects at the camera, say you must re-record this, okay? So that I remember it. So, oh,
Got it.
we're recording, so I should say in earnest, good morning. We're here to seriously learn some black letter and variations. I hope that you all pay close attention and are serious about this because it's the least you could possibly do. Okay, okay, well, blew that one again. We'll start in a minute. But do you have any questions to start with? I'll be showing you what the materials are and stuff that you need to take out. Just shout out there, Pam. Go ahead.
Yeah, at some point, I'm wondering if you could go through all of the different types of black inks and talk about the differences between all of them, because it seems like every time I take a class,
Mhm.
each teacher has their own favorite ink. So I
Yeah.
have all of them, and
No,
I kind of wonder.
I'll tell you the one right one. I'll suggest some things, okay? I can't tell you all of them because otherwise that would be what this 2 days would be about. Okay, but remind me, and I will definitely go over the ones that I think you should know about, and might, depending on where you're at in your stage of development as a calligrapher, what you might want to give a shot at. Because I was really lucky. Um, Last night, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I love being in my own studio here because I can just jump up and grab something. I'll go to the overhead camera briefly. Uh, Last night somebody said, "Oh yeah, it's the year of the dragon." And did I turn on my camera? Of course not. Hold on. And so some of you old timers know this. Hard to even get close enough to see this properly. But to give you some perspective of how big this is, this was my my catalog when I began the supply business Pendragon. Uh, my wife Barbara and I lived in a one uh, bedroom apartment. So, what a mastermind I was with business, mail order business. But this was my image right here, my Pendragon image that I developed. So I was always very proud of that. But this was the catalog right here. So
That's awesome.
anyways, yeah, so I was so the nexus, the connection there was that I was very, very, very fortunate to have access to so many supplies that I would not have known about otherwise. So I can tell you with a lot of confidence that certain things work better than others. Just I would never have had access to these things. I would never have had the money to or connections to do it. So there's been if my shoulders look sloped, it's because so many angels have been sitting on top of them, giving me the good fortune to have access to things, especially good people. So, okay, so we're going to get started. Okay, so let me get my camera over here, and I'll get the Vivo camera going. Sally, had you pinned me? Had you spotlighted me there
I
for a
did
second?
when you had your pen dragon in front,
Yeah,
but
let's
I'm
do,
not at
let's
this,
do that.
but
Let's
we will do that.
okay. Let's get me on here. So last night I promised that I would have the supply sheet, and I circled these things on the supply sheet as the things you would firstly need when we began our stuff. And somebody asked, do you have to have that double-ended wooden pen handle? No, have the pen handle you're comfortable with. It's the one that I suggest for everybody in my year-long course for various reasons. Won't go into right now. But if you get that C0 Speedball nib on there, or in your handouts, there was this handout right here, the Broad Edge Nib Equivalency Guide. Big title. And it's something that I made so that you could say, well, you know, what if I don't have this brand or that brand or that brand? Well, what I want you to see is this, that if we're going to be using Speedball C0, where am I? Down here.
It's there you go.
So if we were using a Speedball C0, the equivalent would be either a Browser or a tape 5mm. These lines right here, this line is 5mm wide, this line is 4.5mm wide, 4mm wide. So it's as if you're using the actual pen making that stroke horizontally. And then parallel pens. So there's a variety of pens you can be using. My suggestion is the Speedball C0. One of the things I mentioned last night is this, one of the limiting factors of teaching on Zoom is usually that you don't have a great deal of table space in front of you. And because of that, you're usually working on a flat surface, a tabletop. Very few people have room for their slant boards. And so if you're working flat, then you need to have some kind of writing tool that has a reservoir. If it has no reservoir, then the ink's going to flood uncontrollably down off of it. And so I find the most readily available and accommodating is the Speedball. So in real life, I use a Mitchell nib with no reservoir on a slant board. And I can tell you more about that if we have time later. But for the limitations of Zoom, I find that you need to have a nib that has a reservoir on it to control it. The reservoirs on the Mitchell nibs and on the Browse nibs and the tape nibs are sometimes irksome or unfriendly, kind of hard to scoot back and forth. But if you're using those, then the reservoir, if you push it more towards the tip of the nib, it's more free-flowing. If you push it reservoir more towards the pen handle, it's a stingier flow. So that's what that's for. So we have these guys right here. And the ink that I would suggest that you use is Moon Palace Black Sumi. Here's a good sized bottle of it right here. To me, this is absolutely the best ink you can get in a bottle. So if you're using it for broad edge lettering or pointed pen lettering, this is what I would highly recommend. Sometimes people will put a drop or two of water in it to thin it out. It just depends on the nib you're using, the writing style you're doing. But to me, this covers all the bases you'll ever need for a bottled ink. And something this size goes a long, long way. So I can talk about others later, though. I'll get closer, and you're going to need some gum Arabic. We talked about that last night as a binder in most paints, but we're going to be using it for something different, something mysterious that will soon be revealed. Leave that right there. And then a mixing pan. What I do is I simply have my 6-part mixing pan like this with some paper towels behind it. And I usually will put 2 indentations worth of gouache or watercolor or whatever I'm using to letter with, because when I'm using the gouaches or watercolors to letter with, I find that if I can mix one of those indentations, in quotes, exactly the right consistency that I want, and then mix another indentation a little bit thicker, then I can go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, getting them the consistency I want all day long. And then at the other end here, I have distilled water. I always use distilled water. It's not that expensive for a gallon of it, and it ensures the quality of your writing fluid. It's not going to have anything in the water that's going to affect the longevity or brilliance of your colors. I have about 4 or 5 pieces of paper toweling underneath my mixing pan, not just to protect the tabletop, but it aids in how you load your nib and get a crisp stroke. So I'm going to show it to you. Very simple. So this is just part of the setup right here. Get that out of the way. And then, of course, you have your dropper and your water. And I told you about the paper towels. And then I highly suggest that you have a pouch of gum sandarac. And last night I told you that if you hear the words like gum sandarac or gum arabic or gum ammoniac, that simply means that at one time this stuff was sap in a tree that they let ooze out into a solid nodule and then ground up into a powder and process it for whatever our needs are. Well, right now it's just in a powder form in this pouch. And I'll talk about it more later, but you have a handout, a 1-page handout on gum sandarac, and that's the only place you'll find that information. Aren't you privileged? Okay, let me set this aside and let's see what we're going to do with these things. Okay, so you all know that when you buy a nib, a brand new nib, that it is usually covered in oil to prolong the shelf life. It won't rust on the shelf. And so if you put a new nib into your pen handle and you start lettering with it, you have an unpleasant surprise. The ink floods off it uncontrollably because that oil is repelling the writing fluid. And so especially beginners sit there and they just go, it's me, I'm bad. No, it's because it's covered with oil and it's being repelled. Watch this. Because what you're saying is, well, I don't have a new nib. This is an old nib in which I was going, hey, where is that nib? I've got to find that. Oh, here's my C0. Here it is. I'll just put it on my pen handle there. Okay, I'm ready to go. No, you're not, because you just put 1.5 quarts of skin oil on that nib right there, and that's going to repel the writing fluid. So one of the axioms I have is this: metal nib equals gum arabic rub down. What does that mean? Nothing real special. It's just this. You just take your gum arabic, try to get the cap off, and then put a little bit of gum arabic on a paper towel like that. And then just wipe the nib on the gum arabic and then wipe the nib on the rest of the paper towel. Because all you're trying to do is get a sticky film on this nib. And with that sticky film, what's going to happen is you're going to have a controlled release from the get-go of that writing fluid, whatever your writing fluid is, whether it's regular ink or gouache or watercolor. And it's one of the best things that you can do for your calligraphy at no matter what level you are, beginner, intermediate, or advanced. Please do that until you reach that great scriptorium in the sky. Then you don't have to do it anymore. So that's one of the axioms, okay? The other axiom is metal nib equals padded surface. So I want you to have a padded surface, whether it's your grid pad or 8 or 10 sheets of regular paper. Don't put 1 or 2 token sheets down there because the teacher told you so. The reason for having a padded surface is that whether you realize it or not, all of us put undue pressure on one side or the other side of that broad edge nib, not realizing it. And the side where you're putting the pressure on, you're going to have a crisper edge. The side that you are not having the pressure on, it floats a little bit off the page and it skitters and you don't get a good crisp broad edge stroke. If you have a padded surface, it seats itself on the paper more uniformly and you're more apt to get a crisp edge to edge flow. So the two axioms, metal nib equals gum arabic rub down, metal nib equals padded surface. Okay. I would also say you'll probably want to have a handguard of contrasting color if possible. You don't want your skin oils on there. Contrasting color paper helps you focus on the writing line better. Okay. So I forgot to lay down the ground rules, guys. The ground rules are pretty simple. It's this. I will teach for about 15, 20 minutes, and then I'll stop. And I'll say, are there any questions? And then if there are, you can unmute yourself and ask me the questions, and I'll answer 2 or 3 questions. And then I'll teach for another 15 or 20 minutes, and I'll stop and I'll say, are there any questions? And I'll answer 2 or 3 of those. And we'll just keep going like that. And at the end of the day, 5 o'clock, if there are any lingering questions, I'll hang around and answer those. I'm not going to run away anywhere. So, I mean, you may want to run away, but I won't be. So that's the way that basically I conduct the day. And of course, we have 2 breaks. And at lunchtime, basically what I do, I try to make the most of a lunchtime like this. I'll say, okay, it's lunchtime. Run, go get your food, come on back to the computer, and we'll be hitting ourselves in the mouths with food while we watch these videos. So you'll have a few minutes to run and get your food, come back, and we'll watch videos during lunchtime. So that's how that'll be. And of course, that'll be recorded. So if you have to run out beyond that, then it's okay. So that's how the day will lay out. So we have our writing fluid, we have our nib, and we didn't say anything yet about the paper. And you were to have copied some guidelines on some of the papers. And one of the first papers we're going to be using, well, one of the first pages we'll be working on. Let me get my camera here, pulled away so you can see the whole page, is this one. This is going to be our basic hand that we'll be working on this morning. It's a form of what's called textura. It creates a very, very uniform text on the page, the way we'll be doing it. And this will be the basis or serve as what we have as our beginning starting point, and use this to springboard variable by variable into parts unknown that you may not even call Blackletter anymore by the end of tomorrow. I'm sure there are other things you'll be wanting to call them. So this is the page, and up there, Roman numeral 1, gonna have our review of Roman numerals this weekend. And so that's the page we'll be working from to beginning this morning. You had some pre-lined pages you ran off on your copiers. And the one we'll be utilizing for this, here at the bottom, it says, for Roman numeral 1 and also Roman numeral 3, Roman numeral 1 textura for the C0 nib, lowercase. And so a lot of vertical lines on here, and these lines are 1 inch tall, just in case you wanted to know. And I'm going to pause there for just a moment because I want to give you an aside right here. I know that a lot of people are very comfortable lettering on grid paper, and grid paper is good. It's very convenient. But one of the drawbacks about grid paper is that it's usually printed on thin paper, okay? And some of the lettering we're going to be doing today and tomorrow requires us to pressurize the nib, that is, press hard on it, or sometimes do pin manipulation, kind of spin around on one of the sharp corners of the nibs, or sometimes we'll be doing multiple strokes, which saturates and weakens the fibers. And so if you're working on a grid pad, those papers, sometimes because the paper is so thin, it's hard for it to withstand the rigors of all those things. And so what I recommend doing is this. I recommend just taking your grid paper and copying it onto some good paper. And the good papers that I recommended, I believe that were on there were Arches Watercolor Hot Press 90 pound. There's also a paper that I've been having students use more recently these last few years. I'll spell it PACON. Sounds like pecan, pecan, bacon. Pecan is an 80-pound drawing paper. John Neal and Paper and Ink sell it. I think 100 sheets for $10, 9 by 12 inches. So a lot of the papers that I recommend you use need to be cut down to 8.5 by 11 to feed through the copiers conveniently. Another paper I recommend is Strathmore 400 drawing paper, 80 pound. So all of those go through copiers very readily. So what I'm holding right here is not the regular grid paper that you would normally get. This is a copy of the grid on some good paper. So you got the best of both worlds. If you like working on the grid, and I mean, you could be doing it today because the letters we're going to be doing for a good part of today are 1 inch tall. And of course, the letters we're doing in Blackletter to start with are vertical. You would do very well to work on the grid paper like this. So I want to tell you about that option. It opens up a lot of opportunities. I'm going to set that aside. I'll be working on the one that we had in our handouts there. So we have our writing fluid, we have our nib, we have the exemplar that we're going to be working with right here. And with this exemplar, if you turn it sideways, there's some instruction there that you'll be wanting to look at as we go along. So, and then we have our paper that we're lettering on, okay? And we have our padded surface. I'm going to have a hand guard of contrasting color here. Now, then one of the things, guys, I depend on you to keep me honest. And by that, what I mean is sometimes, I'm actually looking at the paper I'm lettering on and not the computer screen. So sometimes you need to shout out, "You're not on camera," and I'll quickly adapt.
We got your back.
Yes.
No, I just said we got your back. We will.
Okay, all right, thank you. I need it. One of the things that is magic, the closest thing to magic you'll find in calligraphy is that. That's a pouch of gum sandarac, okay? And essentially it does a lot of things. And in your handouts at the beginning, I'll show you the handout about gum sandarac, but be that as it may, just briefly right now, what if you have the gum sandarac, what I want you to do, whatever paper you're on, is give it a gum sandarac dusting like this. Very simple, just that. Whole page. And then that's going to be excessive. There's going to be too much of the powder on there. So what you're going to need to do is this. You're going to need to lift that page up and from the back, snap it assertively several times. And then from the front, a couple little puffs like that. And then that should give you just the right amount of gum sandarac on your paper. And even if you're working on something like the grid paper, or the grid pad, it will benefit from that. Because what it's going to do is it's going to give you more crispness to the strokes of your letter forms. Okay? So now we're actually ready to start lettering. I'm looking over here. I'm going to be going by Central Standard Time. We started at 10 o'clock. And so our first break is 11:30.
I got a timer going, Reggie. I'll give you I got a timer going.
Okay.
I'll give you a warning.
Okay, thanks.
All right.
Yeah, we got a good hour right here, so we can make some good inroads here. So I'm going to scoot this down, and now I got to change my glasses, and I'm going to put on my optivisor. That's another thing you guys got to tell me about. Sometimes I get this optivisor between me and the camera. One of the things I don't like about teaching on Zoom is being a contortionist, trying to get it just an angle where people can see the lettering and yet not have my head stuck under between the camera and the lettering. So you guys can tell me when things are working or not. So one of the things we're going to be doing with our black letter is this. We would like every stroke to be the same weight. Sometimes in black letter, you will hear people simplistically say, just hold your pen at a 45-degree pen angle and do this, and everything will be fine. Well, it's not fine, because in black letter, what you want is the dominance, the heaviest stroke to be your vertical, okay? And if you do this with a 45-degree pen angle kept at your diagonal, your vertical, your diagonal, the diagonals are the heaviest. You got a problem there. So what you're going to be doing is you're going to be using a couple of different pen angles. And I should help you with that right here. If you draw a circle, look at that perfect circle. Gosh, that's so perfect. And if you make a clock face out of that circle, and you go 1, 2 o'clock, like that, that is a 30-degree pen angle. We're going to need 2 pen angles here that we're going to be using. That's going to be the dominant one. The other pen angle we'll be using quite a bit. We make a square. We bisect that square, extend the baseline, and that will be a 45-degree pen angle. We're going to be alternating between those, and at first it's going to be a little bit confusing, and after a while, no problem whatsoever. So in order for us to have the vertical strokes dominant, we want to have a flatter pen angle. What that simply means is this. With a broad edge pen, if you go in this direction, that's a steeper pen angle. And that steeper pen angle is going to give you a thinner vertical. If you have a flatter pen angle going like that, then you're going to have a stronger vertical. And we're going to be opting for the stronger vertical because that's one of the chief characteristics of black letter. So when we want to have most of our strokes we'll be doing, with that all the strokes that are verticals will be a 30-degree pen angle. So you can always come up to this checkpoint here and go, that's a 30-degree pen angle, and it's going to give me something like this. Okay. When I have a 45-degree pen angle, I can come up here and it'll give me something like that. Now, then sometimes people think they will learn the diamond and stick version of black letter, which is very simple, with which you have a diamond shape and a stick shape and a diamond shape, and you just keep going. All your letters are comprised like that. This is breaking up right here. My ink is breaking up. What that tells me is I still have an excessive amount of gun Arabic on here. So I'm going to slash my nib off. And that's to be expected. It happens. And then what I'm going to do is wipe my nib off on those paper towels that are underneath my mixing pan. That's one of the reasons I have those there. So now when I go back, if I were going to try to demonstrate that diamond and stick type of thing, it's like, oh, well, that's nice and simple. But it's so monotonous that when you have a whole page like that, it's really tedious on the eye and monotonous, and it's really hard to decipher. In your handouts, and we'll be going over these handouts, you don't have to try and find this right now. In one of your handouts there, I have a page this page right here, let me back off a little bit. And at the top of it, it says, Mary, Mary, quite contrary, how does your Gothic grow? And at the top right here, it has the diamond and stick, and it says minimum, if you can kind of look at it. Well, imagine a whole page like that. So we're not going to be doing that diamond and stick as simplistic as it is because it's not real legible, okay? So I'll set that aside. I wanted to speak to that. Why we're doing some things and not others. And so, in essence, all our lowercase that we'll be doing today, as it says up here at the top of this page, are 1 inch tall. And we will be breaking through the lines. Never, ever, ever squeeze your letter forms in your lower cases, no matter if it's italic or black letter or Carolingian or whatever the style. Never squeeze those letters between the guidelines. They're guides, not prison bars. You'll deform the forms if you squeeze in between. You'll always be piercing through ever so slightly at the top and the bottom. So what we're going to be doing is this. If we actually do something very, very radical, and that is look at the exemplar, what you'll see is this, that when we have horizontal strokes, right here, slab serifs, or diagonal strokes, what I call kind of an extended diamond shape with a little bend to it, we're going to have something close to 45 degrees. It says 40 degrees here, but go ahead and make it 45 degrees in your mind at least, okay? If you have something that's about a 45-degree pen angle on your slab serifs, your horizontals, and on your little diamond shapes, diagonals that have a little bend to them, then they're going to have a certain weight to them. And then when you go back to that flatter pen angle, 25 or 30 degrees, and do that, when you put all these together, they're all going to have the same weight. And that's what we're aspiring towards, having every stroke be the same weight. And so simplistically, I've given you a 30-degree pen angle and a 25-degree pen angle, and those will work, okay? I'm going to go ahead and start right here, and I will try to get in pretty close on these. One of the things I keep belaboring with my students is that when you're practicing an alphabet, you're not just practicing an alphabet, you're practicing spacing also. So don't spread these letters far apart. In Blackletter, people usually refer to it as a picket fence. And so what you would like to do is have the weight of your verticals and the space between them, the counter spaces, about the same, so that it seems to be like a picket fence. And do almost the same thing for the space between letters. So don't have an excessive amount of space between letters, even though you're just practicing the alphabet. So here we go. This is what we're going to do. We're going to start with the simplest letters first. We're not going to go in alphabetical order. We're going to go in families. And so what I'm going to do is this. I'm starting right here with a steep pen angle, about 45 degrees. I'm going to do a slab serif like that. Lift. Now, I'm going to go to my flatter pen angle, drive down, stop, about a nib shy of the guideline. And then I'll go back to that steep pen angle, and I'll have this kind of little bent diamond shape here, and pull up and off of it like that. I'm pulling up and off the top lead corner like that. So there's this little thing there that's kind of neat. And when you're dotting the I or the J, just make it abbreviated like that. That's one of the things you should know about. Because of the monotony of these letter forms, this was the first lowercase hand in which the I and the J were dotted for good reason, for legibility. Didn't need it in the other hands before that. But everything looks so similar with a diamond and stick method. In order to add some legibility, they dotted the I and the J for the first time. So let's do a couple of eyes together. What we're going to do is this, guys. We're going to barely touch right here. Slab serif with that steep pen angle. Go to your flat pen angle and look how much you're overlapping there. Stop about a nib shy of the guideline. Go back to your steep pen angle, kind of a little bent diamond shape right here. We'll do one more. Steep pen angle for the slab serif. Go to your flare pen angle now. Drive down. Stop shy of the guideline. Go back to your steep pen angle. Give it this little bent diamond shape. That. Let me draw this for you. So if I do this, if I have my steep pen angle like this and I come across, it's going to give me something like this as a stroke. And then when I lift the pen and I set it back down at that flatter pen angle, right here, embedding it in that first stroke, I'm going to drive down like this and end like that. And then on the last, I'll go to the steep pen angle and holding it like that at the steep pen angle, come over here with this little bent diamond shape. And it's going to look something like this. Okay. So that's what we're looking at. Let's do the letter L. Now then, in Blackletter, one of the reasons the page is so dark is because the ascenders and descenders have been shortened. And because of that, the interlinear space, there's far less. So there's a lot more black ink per square inch because of the shortened ascenders and descenders. So if this is 1 inch tall right here, we'll have our ascenders and descenders no more than a ½ an inch tall. Watch this. If I were to, in my mind's eye, extend this up like this, that's where I would start the slab serif of my ascender, in this case, the letter L. And so by doing that, then when I overlap here and drive down, I will not have pushed that too far away. Once again, I would like to have just about 1 nib wide worth of counter space between each of the verticals, making it that picket light fence effect. Okay. So you can see the relationship between the I and the L. I'm going to have to scoot down here. So we'll be writing a line, skipping a line, writing a line, skipping a line. So what I'm going to do, and you don't have to do this, let me just go ahead, just so we remember proportion's sake, where we came from here, the I and the L. And there's lots of overlapping here. You can see that. Let's do a T. And with the letter T, we start with our flatter pen angle. We just barely pierce through the guideline. We drive down, stop about a nib away from the guideline at the bottom, have our little bent diamond shape ever so slightly. I kind of like rebound off that top corner of the nib, making it a little thin there. And then in virtually every lowercase writing style, whenever I cross a letter T or something like that, I'll usually flatten the nib out so as to make this a little more elegant. And here we ride the underside of the guideline. By flattening that out, you don't have a big clunky horizontal as a crossbar for that letter T. It's just too inelegant. And so you want to flatten it out some. And then it just rides the underside of the guideline. And you've got the letter T. Let's start with the most important family now in any lowercase set of letter forms, the N family. And with the letter N, we're going to start out as if it's a letter I. And I'm going to start right here. Pull this right here. Overlap. Pause. Little diamond shape. Bent a little bit. Rebound off that top corner. And now, guys, I know you're going to be horrified about this. We are going to cheat. Because we're going to overlap, 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 going back and forth up here. And now, just as we have at the bottom a kind of little bent diamond shape, hard to perceive. It almost looks like, what, bend? What? Is there a bend there? Ever so slightly, yes, at the bottom here. And at the top, mirror image, it'll bend the other way ever so slightly. Like that. Don't overdo it. There. And then what we're going to do is this. Overlap here, drive down, and just as you hit the baseline, pull away on the bottom left-hand corner of your nib. And that little pull away helps break through the monotony of what had been with that diamond and stick. So when you're looking at different versions of Blackletter, there's a lot of good ones out there. But a lot of things that are happening in them are based on aesthetic choices. And this is an aesthetic choice that I made in order to make this, I hope, prettier, but also more legible. And so that'll carry through on several of the letters. So if we're doing a letter M, we start with our slab serif, steep pen angle. And just think that these are just about tapping each other on the shoulder, next door neighbors, as you do this. If you do that, you'll keep the spacing pretty tight, and you want to do that. Overlap, drive down, let go. Kind of a little bent diamond shape, spring off the top corner. And then at the top of the M, like we did at the top of the N, get a really good steep pen angle. You want to have these pointed and spiky. If you don't have a steep enough pen angle at the tops and bottoms of these, you won't have that spikiness, the pointedness that you want in Blackletter. So I have that. Let go. Overlap with a flat pen angle and drive down. Let go. A little bend in the diamond shape, spring off of it. And then overlap, overlap, overlap. Have a steep pen angle. There. Flat pen angle drives down. As you hit the baseline, pull off the bottom corner. And so you can see how you want, you have to err in one direction or the other, have the interlinear space within letters and between letters tighter than looser. Blackletter, the reason the page appears more densely black is because a lot of the white is squeezed out. Ward Dunham, one of the chief practitioners of Blackletter that we've had, he said, Blackletter is a war between the black ink and the white page that the white page should never win. And that's a good way of thinking it through. And so let's do a letter H as it relates to the N family. Once again, if you can, in your imagination, bring that edge up of the last letter you did, and start with your steep pen angle, your slab serif there. As you draw that over there, then chances are that when you then come with your flat pen angle and drive down here, you'll have the correct amount of counter between the letters. It's so easy to get them too far apart. And then like the other N and the M, we have a very steep pen angle, a little bit of a bend. Go back to your flat pen angle, drive down. And when you hit the guideline, pull off that bottom corner. And so in totality, it's looking something like this. Okay. I'm going to set this aside for just a moment. Keep sloshing your nib off repeatedly. It gets clogged up very easily. Wipe it off on those paper towels underneath your mixing pans. At the beginning of your handouts, I said there's this broad edge nib equivalency guide. There's this page here, and you don't have to get at it because I'm going to have it here on camera in front of you, so you can just look at this. But I wanted to put down on a single page, what are the traditional, or some of the traditional characteristics of black letter? Well, first and foremost, there's the dominance of the strong vertical stroke. We talked about that. And also that these letter forms are very compressed. They're very narrow counter spaces within and between letter forms. And then you're trying to achieve angularity with them. The angularity you can achieve with them is at the tops and bottoms of those strokes. When you have a steep pen angle, make sure it's steep enough and a hard edge stroke. Don't give any softness to it. I'll demonstrate what I mean by that errantly. And then there are no thick thins. Instead, strokes overlap or abut one another. And then you're going to have very short ascenders and descenders. So these are some things that I'll be talking about as we do them, as we go along. You can always reference back to this. Oh yeah, that was part and parcel of what traditional black letter was like. And so we're starting out with this very traditional set of black letter forms that embody those characteristics. Let's do a couple more letters in the N family, then I'll have you ask questions. One of the letters that you'll want is the letter B. And then this has a little curve this way. And then you do the same thing right here. A little curve. I mean, I hate to say curve, a little bend in it that way. And then right here, go back to that flat pen angle, drive down, and watch what's going to happen here. I'm going to pause just as this overlaps at the bottom right here. And when I let go, look at what shape is there. Very often people are used to thinking in black letter, especially if they say, hold it at a 45-degree pen angle, that these two strokes are going to form a uniform diagonal that's continuous. The way we're doing this, though, it's not going to happen because this was a steep pen angle and this was a flat pen angle. When I come down here and overlap ever so slightly, I get this little cupped shape, a dimple. In German, das Dimple. You can look it up. So you're going to be getting this little dimple shape in a lot of the letters. This is the first one you'll encounter. We're going to do the letter P right now. And with the letter P, we're going to start right here with our slab serif, steep pen angle. Now go back to your flat pen angle, overlap, drive down, and pause. you've got several options here at the bottom of the letter P, and I'll discuss them. But we have to deal with a problem with the letter P. Let me show you what it is. We're going to do this top of the letter P like the B, in that we're going to go back and forth with a steep pen angle. And by it being steep, you can see how nice and pointy this is. And then I'll go back to my flat pen angle. I'll overlap, I'll drive down, and I'll pause a good nib away from the bottom. Remember when I over here said, when I do a crossbar with the letter T, I flatten the pen angle so it's not so heavy? Well, if you tried to do a bottom of the letter P, and I should get closer here. If I tried to do the letter P like I did the B, I would get this all clogged up with a heavy, heavy amount of ink, and it would just look terrible. And so you have to solve that problem by flattening the pen angle, coming through the spine of the letter to here. And a lot of times it doesn't hook up the way you want. So you can just take the nib and go over it a little bit and make it connect. Now, this could have been a little bit longer right here. A lot of times what I will do is this. I will simply take a dead flat pen angle and do a quick little slash through it. It could have been longer here, a little bit longer. I'm going to do 3-letter P's right here, and they'll all be the same except at the bottom.
Almost ready to go off screen there, Reggie. Right on the edge.
Okay. So all I did right here at the bottom was I pressurized it. And when you pressurize it, your eye senses a greater density to it. It's almost as if you put a serif at the ending of it. And the function of a serif is just a finishing off stroke. And if you did a finishing off stroke here, something like this, you could. But I find that it kind of gets busy. You have all 3 options right here to do whatever you want to, whatever aesthetically pleases you, and also what the placement of that letter within a word or a line of lettering needs to do. Okay. So I just wanted to say that these are all acceptable. But the main thing with this letter P is you have to solve that problem right there of not having such a big blob of ink connecting there. And that's why we flatten the nib so much here. And while the ink is still wet, we can take the corner of the nib and shape that as we wish. One more letter in the N family, and I always call this letter the rapscallion, the letter R, because it does something different than the rest of the family. We still have that slab serif with a steep pen angle. We go to our flat pen angle and overlap and drive down. And then we still have a tiny little bend and a rebound off the corner. But right here with the letter R, we almost have a horizontal. We don't have this diagonally bending down as much. And what I do at the end of that stroke, I squeeze and I pull off the bottom corner. A quick move. That comprises basically all of the N family. So I'm going to stop right now and say, what questions do you have about those letters that we just did? You can see right here, in practicing, I want you to have these letters look as if they're one continuous run-on word, not just a letter here and over there and over there and over there. I wanted you to be practicing not just your letter forms, but your spacing. Okay.
Reggie, when you are doing the second stroke, starting the second stroke, say of an N,
Yeah.
And you're doing that steep pen angle followed by the little bend at the top, you know, the little bended
Uh-huh.
serif diamond.
Yeah.
What angle are you using for that bended part?
Well, up here, you mean?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. The same pin angle as down here.
Okay, all right.
If this, okay, so I'm glad you asked that question, because this is what happens. This is what happens errantly. You know, people think they're doing that, and in essence, they're doing something different that makes it look not the way they want. Let me say that this is what I want. And I'll say to myself, okay, if it's not thick enough, instead of thinking that I'm doing a 45-degree pen angle, I'll say that's a 50-degree pen angle. I don't care what mind games I have to play with myself to get the weight or shape that I want. I'll call it whatever number I want. And so long as I get the correct weight right there, I'll call it 55 degrees. I don't care. But so long as I get visually what's correct, that's all that matters. Now I'll go back to my flatter pen angle. I'm telling myself overlapping here, it's a 30-degree. And then down here, I'll go back to whatever I have to call it to get it that steep, sharp ending. That's what I want right there. Look how sharp and spiky that is. Now up here, what I want to do, and I'm going to explode it apart, I'm going to get my steep pin angle, and I go back and forth, and then I'll come down like that, and I'll explode it apart. Then I'll go back to my flatter pin angle, and then I'll go back to my steeper pin angle. Now, what people accidentally do is they may not have that quite steep enough, so it's not quite heavy enough. Maybe they'll make this one flat enough. Then they'll go back to something that they think is steep enough, and then they'll kind of do this to it. And then up here, it'll be too flat, and then they'll give it a little bit too much rotundness. And then I'll go back to this. And then I'll come down through there. Watch the difference between that and this. This achieves the angularity and spikiness that you want by making your pen angle steep enough here to give that a sharp pointed shape, and down here to make a sharp pointed shape. And whatever mind games you have to play with yourself in terms of saying it's a 60-degree pen angle, however steep you want to guesstimate or put or slap a number on there, do whatever you need to do to not have this kind of limp little shape here, okay? You want something sharp and spiky. That's one of the characteristics, big characteristics of Blackletter. Okay?
Reggie?
I'm glad you asked that. Go ahead, yeah.
Hi, this is Danelle here, and question on, first of all, I had some Sumie ink, Yasu Tomo that I had used a while back for Sumie. So I thought, well, it was an open bottle, I would try it. I do also have the Moon Palace. What I'm finding is, and I don't know if it's a function of the ink or if it's a function of not enough gum sanderac or whatever, but my letters are not as intense black ink as yours.
Uh-huh.
So is it, I'm not loading the nib enough? Is it not enough gum sanderac on the paper? Is it
If you
the
have
Sumie ink?
with the gum sanderac, there's a balance. If you don't have enough gum sanderac, it feels more as if it's a slippery surface that you're not sure-footed. If you have too much gum sanderac on there, it's gritty, and it clogs up the nib. It literally gums up the nib. So I don't think it's the paper or the gum sander. I think it's your ink. I think if you shift over to the Moon Palace, you'll be happier.
Okay, all right, thank you,
Give me feedback after you do a few letters with it.
will do.
Okay, let's go to the next set of letter forms, and this is where we encounter Das Dimple. We're going to do the O family. And with the O family, what we're going to do is we're going to start about a half a nib down from the guideline. With our flat pen angle, let's get the ink flowing. Drive down. Stop. About half a nib to a nib shy of the guideline. And as we've done before now, we go to our very steep pen angle, we give it a little bit of a bend, and I like to rebound off the top corner of the nib. Almost gives me kind of a target there. And then I come back here with my really steep pen angle and I overlap. Tiny bend there. Let go. Go back to my flatter pen angle, overlap, embed that into that stroke, drive down, overlap at the bottom, let go. When you do that, because you have two different pen angles here overlapping and two different pen angles here overlapping, you have Das Dimple. You can look that up in any German calligraphy textbook. I'm sure you'll find it. Okay. So this is one of the characteristics that we're going to build in here that'll make it have that characteristic of being more spiky. So here we go. There's your letter O. Let's do the letter C. And with the letter C, we start about a half a nib shy of the guideline, drive down. Let go. And I'm going to do that little bend in my pen, in my stroke here, but I'm going to create a chin that's a little bit more elongated than this stroke normally would be. Like that. Rebound up on the top corner of the nib. And now what I do is I almost do the same top to the letter C as I did with the R. It's not coming down quite diagonally as much as on the O, but instead it's coming out a little bit more horizontally before I pull off the top corner, the bottom corner of the nib. But I did pull this out to have a visual base to rest upon. I'm not paying attention to my spacing here. I should have. I'm going to do the letter E, and it's going to be just like the letter C almost. In that, I'll start right here, flat pen angle, drive down, pause, steep pen angle, elongated chin, spring off the top corner. Now with this one, I will have it come down much like the letter O, a little steeper than what I did on the letter C. I'll just pull back right here. And now I'll flatten my pen angle out and I'll drive through the spine of that letter. And this is one of the neat characteristics of Blackletter. You can do that little crossbar in the letter E. And so you can see here, I'm attending to the spacing as if it were a singular word. I blew it over here. So there's a small family there, the O family, that's giving us our introduction to Das Dimple. And then we'll carry it through in the A family. So with letter A, I'll start shy of the guideline, my flat pen angle. I'll drive down. And then like the letter O, a little bend, spring off the top corner. And then at the top, overlap with a steep pen angle, a little bend, let go. And then with the letter A, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have my flat pen angle. I'm going to do this. I'm going to start here. I'm going to make a move to the left, drive down, let go. And then steep pen angle, spring off it. Next letter in the A family, we're going to do a letter Q. And with the letter Q, the same face as the A, and that is this. Start with our flatter pen angle right here. Drive down. Let go. Steep pen angle. Tiny bit of a bend, spring off that top corner. Gives you a little target. And then at the top, overlap with that steep pen angle, giving you that spiky top. Let go. And then as you did on the letter A, start here with a flatter pen angle, slide over there, drive down, you barely clip. And you can leave that, what I did there is I just pressurized at the bottom. You didn't have to. You could just leave it blank. And a lot of times I just like making this little.
Reggie, you're off of camera, the bottom of the G. Mhm.
Okay, this is the Q. Okay. Now we're going to do something here that's one of the, I told you this is this little crossbar or bow tie through the middle of the E is one of the characteristics of Blackletter, but one of the major characteristics that's different for most letter forms in the lower cases is the letter D. And to do the letter D, we're going to have to cheat just a little bit. Instead of starting our stroke a little bit below the guideline, we're going to start our stroke at the guideline with our flatter pen angle. And then we'll let go as normal right here. We'll do our little bend, rebound off the top corner. And now with the letter D, I want this to have more of a horizontal drive than diagonal. And in doing so, what I'm going to do is this, watch this. I'm going to get my steep pen angle here, and I'm going to come here like this, and then drive horizontally like this, and stop. And then I'll flatten out, and I'll drive down, overlapping at the top, and overlapping at the bottom for da stento. I want you to have a strong horizontal drive there instead of something that looks ridiculously poking up in the air like it has a cowlick in its hair. And the reason, and I'm sorry, I didn't articulate this. The reason we cheated in terms of starting up higher here with our first stroke is so that that ascending part will clear whatever letter comes before it. If we started down below the same height, then this ascending part, if we were to be pulling it horizontally, would have been colliding with that letter in front and not made for great legibility. So that's why we had to have an exception to the rule. We'll do the letter G, the last letter in the A family. We'll start slightly below the guideline as usual with our flat pen angle and drive down. Pause there. A little bend to this. Rebound up. And then once again, nice steep pen angle overlapping here. Little bend that way. And then we go to our flatter pin angle. I'm going to start right here, slide to the left, then drive down. And then we're going to pull off the bottom left-hand corner this way. And sometimes it doesn't give you the shape you want. So while the ink is still wet, you can take the corner of the nib and fashion it that way. Most of the time, I leave the G like that. But if there's room, and remember, there's very little interlinear space, so there may not be room to do this with whatever's coming in the next writing line. You could put an umbrella handle on here like this. Because when you pulled away on your descender here, you're pulling away with a flatter pen angle. If you put this umbrella handle on here, you want to have a steep pen angle so that when this overlaps with that, you have, yep, you guessed it, dust input. I'll pause there. You can ask any questions you want. One of the things,
Rich,
yes, go ahead. Please.
hi, this is Joyce.
Yeah.
I have some questions about if we're working with words that have double letters, like two E's in a row, and two F's in a row, like the word coffee.
Yeah.
How do you fit those together correctly to have the correct spacing between those letters?
Let's give it a shot here.
Yeah, okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, we didn't get to the letter F yet, and there are some things we have to consider with that letter right there. Especially, you've put it in a context there where it's a little bit of a, you have to fiddle with it a little bit. So yeah, we have to speak to some of those things. So yeah, the good question there. Good
So
question.
one other question about if you had like the word add, ADD, how do you work with those two top strokes on the Ds?
Yeah. Not perfect, but
That makes sense.
I would hope, I would hope
I was,
I would hope in context it does.
yeah, I was trying to practice 2Ds in a row a moment ago and I was crashing into each other. So
Yeah,
thank you.
I would imagine, let's see, if I tried to do this, it would look a little awkward, you know? It would almost look like this was poking up from there. So this, I would do this kind of a swash to, to get both in red. Remember, these are never going to be in isolation or suspended in space. They'll be in context with other words. So hopefully give some credit to your reader that they'll get it. Okay.
Reggie,
Pardon?
quick question. Could you just summarize on the page if you zoomed out a little bit and summarize to review the letters in each group that you've done so far?
Sure.
The first group and then the second group.
Yeah. Firstly, we just did the I and the L. First, we just did the I and the L to show the basic way that you get the same weight by altering pin angles. And we took that through the I, L, and the T. And then we began the in family.
Yep. And
then from there, I kind of showed you what to do and what not to do. And then did the O family. And then we did the A family. And then we did questions.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
All right, then let's do a couple of these guys. It's about a quarter after. I'd like us to finish the alphabet by the time we take our break. So we're going to go through these lickety split. We're going to do the letter U, and let me get closer. And with the letter U, nothing different here. Slab serif, flat steep pin angle. Drive down with your flatter pin angle, let go. Steep pin angle. Steep pin angle here. Flat pin angle here. And like the letter G, you just clip that and pull off the bottom corner. Most of the time I leave it like that. I usually find no need to put the umbrella handle on. And I guess that was actually the letter Y. Oh boy. Usually I try and show how the letter Y grows from out of the letter U. So I guess I better do a letter U.
I'm awake, Reggie. You didn't have to do that.
Okay. Okay. And then there's this. And then there's this. And then there's this. And I was fudging it because I started too far away. I wanted to overlap more here, so I'm just going to color this in and nobody will notice it. And we did not do the letter F yet, so let's go ahead and do the letter F. With the letter F, it's part ascender, part descender, only one. And so we start off with our flatter pin angle. And here too, at the bottom of the letter F, you can either do it pressurized, do a little serif as I showed you on the letter P, or you could do that little dash through it, whichever you want. The top of the letter F is going to be much more like the top of the letter R and the C in that it doesn't come down steeply diagonally as much as some of the others, but instead is kind of betwixt in between. It's not totally horizontal, but it's not coming down as steeply as others. Because you have such short ascenders and descenders here, we are so used to with the letter F always crossing it right there at the guideline. But if you do that, that scrunches up this counter space too much. So what you're going to have to do is have the crossbar of the letter F, in this case, down further, like that, to preserve the integrity of that counter space right there. That's essential. The letter J is simply going to be slab serif, drive down, hit the baseline, pull off the corner as you did on the G and the Y. And you have just the littlest part of a dot, dash. Now I have used up one whole page right here. So I'm going to go to my page that I had here in blue grid that I copied on good paper. At least I think I'm going to. As soon as I find it. But before I do that, I'm going to give it that good old gum Sandarek dusting. And of course, that'll be excessive. So I'll snap it off from the back. Up front, have my hand guard. And we'll go on to the next couple. Almost there, guys. And I am going to not do the V and the W as they are on the exemplar. Heresy. I'm going to do something that I think is prettier. It starts off almost looking like the letter U. So it'll be this. And this. And this. And there. But now when I do the letter V, I'll kind of go like this. This is going to be my counter space I would like. I'm going to start about a half a nib further away because I'm going to come up here and with my flatter pin angle, about a half a nib or so above that, I'm going to make a little bit of a motion to the left before I begin that descent. And then I'll overlap at the bottom. And in that overlapping at the bottom, if it's not exactly what I want when nobody's watching, I hope nobody's watching this. I wouldn't want them to see how you could cheat right here. While the ink is still wet, you can fashion that little dimple shape as you wish. But don't let anybody know. So if that's the way you do the V, then we'll just do a double V and call it a W. Steep pin angle, flat pin angle, steep pin angle, rebound up. Do it again. Steep pin angle, flat pin angle. Overlap, steep pin angle, rebound up. And as you did on the letter V, you can say, okay, if that's one nib wide and I'd want it like that, I'll start about a half a nib further than that. Start up here, slide to the left a little, drive down. I can even slide to the left a little down at the bottom here. Once again, I can fashion that dimple shape with a still wet ink in the corner of my nib. And by having these begin above the guideline a little, I think it's not only prettier, but it adds to the legibility. That is just enough difference with the rest of the alphabet. Maintains the logic of it and yet breaks it up enough so that it makes it more readable. Let's do the letter X. With the letter X, I'm going to come with a steep pin angle like this. Let go. overlap with a flat pen angle, drive down as I normally would and let go in the normal place. Come back with a steep pen angle, have that little bend, and I love rebounding off the top corner. I'll come over here and almost as if it's the letter E, that shape. And then comes this crazy shape from out of nowhere. Where did this come from? I set the nib here and I just pull away. And then as I did with the T and the F, I'll have a crossbar where the pen angle is flatter, and it does that. And that's our letter X. Two letters to go. With our letter Z, let's give it some life. What we're going to do is this. We're going to start out with a steep pen angle and give it just a little movement. Not much. Not a weak noodle, not a weak noodle, just a little life. Then that was a steep pen angle. We'll go to our flat pen angle and we're going to arc this way. So that as we come down right here, we've got a good look at number 7. Then we go back to our steep pen angle. We're going to elevate. We're going to start here, but we're going to elevate that stroke. And then we're going to come sweeping back this way, almost a buggy whip, and pull off the corner of the nib. And because it always looks like it needs something here, I'll usually give it a little crossbar, line filler, whatever. Just don't make it stiff. One of my most influential teachers, where it was Hermann Zopf. What did he know about the letter Z? And one of the pet peeves was that people often, they do something like this. And it's like, it's so weak and so unappealing, and architecturally it looks like they're going to collapse. So give it some interest, give it some movement, okay? All right, guys. Oh, we didn't do the letter K. We didn't do the letter K. So let's do the letter K. And with the letter K, we start off ascender-wise, slab serif up here, steep pen angle, flat pen angle, drive down. Have our little shape here. Then almost like the letter E right here. There and there. Pull in there. Now we're going to go to our flatter pen angle. We're going to go through the spine of the letter. And then you've got some options right here. You can either just kind of make it mellow and come down and pull off the corner, or you can make it harsher. So I stopped and made it a bit harsher right there. Here we go, the letter S. And with the letter S, basically it's this. You start off with your flat pen angle right about there, come down just a very short way before you drive across, and make that very brief. Don't come horizontally across very much at all. Drive down, pull away to the left just a little bit, have a target there. So you got a little target up here, little target down there. At the top, steep pen angle, pull down steeply and off the bottom corner. This is the only time now on the tail of the letter S where we have some pen manipulation. We want to start with a flatter pen angle, but as we come down, we're steepening and steepening and steepening, so that when we overlap at the bottom, we get the dimple. So the stroke looks something like this. I'll do it a couple times. It's almost as if it's a continuation of the stroke at the top, It starts with a flatter pin angle, and as you come down, you're rotating it to a steeper pin angle, and then when it overlaps, you have that. And that maintains that very tight, compressed counter shape. I'll do the S again. It's a challenge. That's the only time we really, in motion, change pin angles. So we start right about here, come down a little ways, very brief horizontal. Most of this stroke is the bottom bowl. Pull away. At the top, overlap, come down steep, pull off the bottom corner quickly. And then the tail right here starts with a flatter pin angle. There's just the tiniest amount of bend in it as you come rotating down, steepening that pin angle as you go, overlapping, letting go. And that is your basic textura. And it's called textura because the regularity of the strokes give it a very consistent texture. And that serves as the basis for most of the black letter that you would ever do. We've got about no minutes left for questions. So what we'll do is we'll take our 15-minute break, come back promptly in 15 minutes. And then you can come back with your questions and I'll answer any questions when you come back, okay? So slash off your nibs, please. Don't let them get dried up. Wipe them off. When we come back, I'll be answering questions about this, and we're going to do a little something with these letters. So I'm going to pause the recording. Here we go. We should hear it. Saved again. Okay. Our recording.
Sally, I can't believe that you're monitoring and lettering at the same time. You are amazing.
You know,
We're trying.
you just intimidated me, Sally, by putting that countdown on there. It's like, oh, you could really see that I got to get back in that many seconds.
Gotta
So
be ready.
that was pretty funny. I hadn't seen that before. We've done something here. We've had a real brief exposure, all too brief exposure to a basic set of black letter forms, textura. And what I would like us to try to do, and it's up to you whether you want to pursue this or not, is this. And put the overhead camera on. And it would be this. In your color, in the folder that was the color folder for this, you had this, and this serves as a little sampler of some of the letter forms we are doing over the course of the 2 days. And I wanted you to have the option of trying to begin that sampler in class, which doesn't mean you have to, but I would like you to try it if possible. So when finished, it would look something like this. You had in that folder of the color handouts this. You had a sheet of guidelines that looked like that. And then when you ran a beige sheet of paper through it, it would look like that. And so this was the layout and design for us to then put these letter forms on there and come away with a little sampler. So that's what this was about. I gave some options for that. Unfortunately, the paper I always loved doing this on, Niddigan, is now extinct. The manufacturer there was flooded and destroyed the mill, so it won't be coming back. And so anything that you like that is a beige color, and you could even get some of these parchment papers. I believe I got this at Office Max, this brand right here, and it comes in a heavier weight. I was doing a little bit of practice on some of them there and there, and they were adequate. They were just not the heavier weight, so they cockled a little bit. But they were adequate to get the effect that I want. And the effect that I want is this. We're going to be using a very limited palette, black and some form of red. And then with white pencil, we can be highlighting certain areas. So I wanted to show you what a really seemingly broad spectrum of effect you could get with a very limited palette. Good old black, red, and white. You can always rely on that in design. And so with this beige paper, some of the things we'll be doing with it could look like a nice variety. One of the things I did want to show you here in my practice with it was that when I used the nib that we were using this morning, the C0, you had to skip some of the letters and you really wouldn't get all the letters on there. If you went down a size to the C1, you could squeeze all the letters on there if you wanted to. It's up to you which you would want to do. I would say let's just stick with the C0, not change nibs. And what I want us to do right now is this. I want us to take this piece of paper that you made copy of the design on the beige paper. And we're going to be lettering, as you can see, with the Textura, the black ink on that gray band, okay? But first, you know what we have to do. Our buddy, Gum Sanderac. We'll just Sanderac the whole page, okay? A little dusting. That way, when we come back to and do more lettering, we won't have to do any more Sanderacking. And of course, that's excessive. So we'll snap it off from the back. A little puff or two from the front. Then let's make sure that we have a good writing pad. Hold on to those questions from this morning. We'll get back to them. And what we're going to do is this. There's no hurry, guys. There's no hurry. All I want us to do is take, say, 10 minutes. And we'll do the lettering across here for about 10 minutes. And see how far we get. Don't feel like you have to fill it up, okay? I just want you to kind of see what it's like writing on the various color backgrounds. What feedback you get for yourself from it. So we'll start lettering right there. And I'll be lettering along. So you can either be lettering or watching or back and forth doing both. So before we start, do you have any questions? Okay.
Reggie, I had a question.
Yeah.
You demonstrated on how to prepare the paper and how to prepare the nib. Could you show a little bit about loading the ink onto the nib?
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. This is such a big nib. We're using lots and lots of writing fluid. So I'm accustomed to using this little 6-part mixing pan. Go to Dollar Tree, you get 6 of them for $1. Well, $1.25 now. So that's where I get my mixing pans. And normally I will be mixing my gouache or my watercolor and feeding it into my nib. But today I'm just dipping it in. And when you dip it in, it's so shallow, it would be a great advantage to have something, what do they call those little dippity-doos, whatever they use with pointed pens? It's a little bit deeper. So if you would have a little deeper container, it would be more convenient. But right here, all I'm doing is I'm dipping it in and I'm kind of rotating it around, kind of wallowing in it. And so in doing so, that gets as much of the ink up into the reservoir as possible. And in fact, And this is, I'm so glad you asked this. In fact, that's why I have these paper towels behind it, because anytime I load my nib, whether I load it with a brush or as I just did here, it's excessive. There's too much on there. And so this is what I do. I do 2 or 3 snap shakes to get that excess off. And then that's why I have this paper toweling behind it. I flip the nib over and I do what I call a little micro drag. I just barely touch, like you just, I almost do a landing and decide not to. I just do this micro drag on it, and that siphons off the excess ink at the tip. And then when I set the nib down, I get a crisp stroke from the beginning. It doesn't blob out. And so here, I'll show you again. Kind of wallow around in there, getting it as deep as possible, overloaded, snap shake 2 or 3 times, and then a little micro drag. Okay. And that's why the paper towels look so wonderful here. Okay, I'm glad you asked that. Thanks. So, if you just, because all of the letters are not going to fit on here, if you decide that some of the letters are somewhat redundant, you can just skip this letter or that as you wish. So I'll start my 10-minute mark. We're just at about the hour. So here we go. And I hope I'm on the page, on the camera.
You are not. You need to pull it up. Just
Whoops, okay, thank you,
Oh,
thank you.
yes.
Okay. Yeah, I need the feedback, really. Remember, those ascenders, if you think about each and every next door neighbor tapping each other on the shoulder, where you start that slab serif at the top, it's so easy to start it too far away. If you kind of think of it in that terms, and it helps.
Just heading off screen.
Oh, thanks, thank you.
There you go. and you'll want to shift it again.
Thanks. Thank you. And I'm gonna be the old fuddy-dud that keeps reminding you to slosh your nib off every opportunity you get to keep it free flowing. Okay, who was it who asked me before about the blackness of their ink? And if you did shift over to the Moon Palace, if you had the opportunity, has it made any difference? And if you didn't have the opportunity yet, maybe by tomorrow.
Hi, it was me. I couldn't find my mouse. It's buried under everything. I did switch over and I do have the one that you recommended, and it does make a big difference. So thank you for that.
Okay, good, good. That was totally unsolicited, although I will be paying her $5 for that.
That's all?
So, well, I'm a big spender.
Yeah, really.
Okay. Thanks so much for, that input. That means a lot for people to hear that. What's happening here, guys, is this: when you're lettering black against that gray, you're diminishing the contrast. That is, if you were lettering black against white, that would be the maximum contrast. So if you were just busting your buttons, popping your galluses, and you wanted everybody to see how perfect your letter forms were, you would want to put them black on white, so there'd be the maximum contrast. But if, let's say, in the unlikely event that your letters were not quite perfect, if you were to letter black on gray or black on beige, it would diminish the contrast, and it would diminish any imperfections to some degree that might be as apparent as they would have been black on white. But more importantly than that is that the eye alights on those forms with that diminished contrast background in a soft way. and you perceive what's on that page in a softer type of emotional reception to it. And so diminished contrast is your friend in many different ways. And so I wanted you to experience that with what we're doing here with the black against the gray. So that term diminished contrast is one to have in your arsenal. So in a minute, about a minute, wherever you're at, that's fine. That's perfect. As far as you got there, that's as far as that tyrannical teacher would let you go. So now that you have mastered Textura, your little fingers are itching. Oops, forgot. Questions. Questions you wanted to ask about what we just did with Textura.
Would you be so kind as, this is Della, sorry. Would you be so kind as to do a Z again, but separate each of the segments to
Sure.
make it easier to see how those pieces go together?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Let's see. Now, you know, you have to be careful when you say that, because if we're in Canada, I'd have to be demonstrating the Z.
But we're not in Canada.
Taught me a lesson. Okay, so basically I got my steep pen angle here, and I'm just giving it a kind of a little lilting stroke right here. Just a little bit of motion, just a little pull away. Don't make it too wiggly. You got to keep it strong. And then once I've got my steep pen angle here, I'll alter back to my flatter pen angle, and I'll make a bit of an arcing stroke, although I'm really trying to keep it very compressed. So even though I say it's an arcing stroke, it's not coming way far over there. And then once I have that, I'm going to revert back to my steep pen angle. And even though I start right here, I push up, I elevate so that I can do this kind of buggy whip stroke, pulling off the bottom corner of the nib like that. And then I'll finally take my flatter pen angle and go through it. So if we put it together, hopefully we get something like that. And I always say you should have a good looking number 7 right there. And then elevate, buggy whip, pull off that corner, and then it just acts as filler. Good enough.
Yes, thank you. I'm terrible at unmuting, but thank you. That was perfect.
Yeah, you know, a lot of the times what you want to avoid is just this kind of thing, keeping it at the same angle and making that diagonal so weak like that. So that's to be greatly avoided. All right. So any other questions before we go to the next?
Yes. Yes, Reggie, I do. Can you show us how to do that fishtail on that final stroke or the Z? How you pull off? Can you like show us how you're twisting that nib?
Really, it's just exactly what I said, but it's mostly reliant on good, clean living. Or not. So much of these little things, when you see these little doodads like this, these dipsy doodles, it's done because it's a quick move, you know. And the thing, when you're first learning something, you don't have any confidence in doing this stuff. It's like, you know, like, I'm barely remembering what to do. And when he's telling me to do a quick move or something like that, or spring off it, it's like, well, how do you do that? I'm too little. I don't have the confidence. Pretend like you do, you know, just pretend, brass it out. And so with this stroke at the bottom right here, it's just there, Press hard, spring off that bottom corner. Let her go, let her rip. Okay, you know, that is one of the nice things about the speedball nibs in the larger sizes. They don't have two prongs, they have three. And when you do that pull away real quick, it gives that kind of dragon tongue effect, you know, so that is one of the things I do like about the speedball nibs. There are some good things about them.
Yay, I finally did it. Yay, thank you.
Yeah, you got to pretend like, oh, I wake up doing this every morning, you know, no big deal. It's like, just pretend like you know how to do it, and all of a sudden, you're doing it.
Reggie, I have a quick question.
Yeah.
So in doing this line, most of my spacing is fine, except when it comes to the C and the R. I'm not getting the next letter close enough. Can you?
Yeah. You just with the C, that means you're pulling the jaw out too far. So abbreviate the jaw there. And both
Okay.
Are you demoing right now, Reggie?
Yeah,
Are you writing right now?
Yeah, I just did the best C
Okay.
I've ever done in my life.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, when we all missed it.
I don't know if I can do that again, really. No, I didn't. So with the letter C, it's going to be awful easy.
Okay, you're off to there. Perfect.
With the letter C, you know,
you can do it again.
What I'd like to do is have a little bit of a Kirk Douglas chin there, you know, have it jutting out some, and then the C and the R both, you're pulling this out a little more horizontal than normal. So what you're going to have to do, let's say the word closed. You're going to come here. You're going to come here. And you're going to bash into that. And you're going to risk people going, I can't read that. I can't read that. I can't read that. Well, of course you can't read it now because I didn't make an L. I did a B. So what you're going to have to do is say, even though that little fleck over there, that extended part of that chin to make it more legible, is now cut off by the next letter, rely on the reader to get this in context. The same thing, did you say the C and the R? Beth, was that C and R?
Yes, it's
Yeah.
C and R.
And with the letter R, in almost every single lowercase sets of letter forms, the arm of that letter R wreaks havoc with spacing. And so you have to make a concerted effort to abbreviate it. Okay. So then when you have an O, let's say, next to it, you still are maintaining your consistency of spacing. Okay.
Okay.
So in each case, whatever you have to do to cheat to make it the spacing work, do that. And that little nuance of cheating right there, fudging, it won't interfere with the legibility in the context of a whole word. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, guys, we're going to go to the next thing. And the next thing is going to be just a little tiptoe. The whole idea here is this. This was basically one of the months in my year-long course, Primitive to Modern, and trying to take things that were very, very traditional and seeing what we could do to give them a more contemporary feel and use. And so what I want to do with these is just little baby steps. So step-by-step seeing where we start with something ultra conservative and traditional like textura, and by doing just little tweaks, little bits of variables to change the nature of it little by little. And so what we're going to do here is this. Let me get this up here. And here's the page we're going to be working on. And in your Roman numerals, Roman numeral 3. And if you turn it to the side, this is fractura, because we're fracturing part of the texture we created in textura. And so with this, we'll be doing almost exactly the same letter forms, but we're going to be investing a little bit of a different skill in it. Now then, what I want you to know is this. Of course, in a workshop like this, there are all different levels of skills and experiences. And I'm going to say, okay, try this out. Give it your best shot and see if it's working for you. For some people, it's going to be, whoa, yeah, I love this. This is just the right time for me. For some people, it's going to be, well, yeah, I can see the merit in it, but, you know, maybe a little bit down the road. And for some people, it's going to be, I'm going to just kill myself if I have to do this. And so wherever you're at, you know, try it, see how it works for you. And if it's not, then say, okay, this is almost just like the textura we were just doing. Let me just do this as if it were textura instead and improve on that and not make myself suffer too much. Okay? So you have the opportunity to get the most out of this that you want or feel more comfortable. So the skill at hand that we're investing in these forms that are very much like textura is the skill of pen manipulation. In textura, we had two different pen angles, a steeper one and a flatter one. And each time we had to change from one pen angle to another pen angle, we did a lift of the pen to alter that pen angle. Here in Fractura, instead of lifting the pen, we're going to be doing pen manipulation. Let me show you what I mean. So here's the page we're going to be working from, Roman numeral 3. I'm going to set it aside. I'm going to take a new page here. It's exactly the same as we used for our previous one. I'm going to do a gum sandirect dusting. Snap it off. Okay, I'm going to set my piece of paper here on this hard tabletop right here. I didn't hear any feedback, guys. I'm setting my paper.
Metal nib equals padded surface.
My God, I forgot.
We're all on mute, so our horror-filled expressions were silent.
Okay, just messing with you. Here we go. Okay, got a padded surface there. Boy, what an angry group, man. Okay, here we go. So with this, let me get in closer. Let's see if I can get in closer yet. That might do it. Okay. So let's see what was and what is to be. So with our previous letter forms, we had a letter I in which you had a steep pen angle and a lift. and a flat pin angle, and a lift, and a steep pin angle. Done. For the letter O, we had a flat pin angle and a lift, steep pin angle, and a lift, steep pin angle, and a lift, flat pin angle, and a lift. And with each of these, we were overlapping. You know, what I didn't call to your attention was this. One of the ways we kept letter forms compressed was that we had overlapping of strokes. A lot of us come to calligraphy through italic where you want that thick thin. And one of the faults you'll find in some so-called black letter, Gothic, etc., is where people don't do the overlapping. They'll get something like this. Okay, look how wide that counter space is and how weak it looks because of the excessive space. And that's because you have these thick thins. In black letter, what you want is either overlapping or at least the strokes abutting one another. Most of the time, overlapping. And when you overlap, then what happens is it squeezes out that excessive white space. So I didn't call that to your attention. It was one of the characteristics we went through on that page very briefly. So you're going to have to work very hard at all of these to keep that compression within the letter forms. Now, the difference we're going to have between the texture, where we had pin lifts when we changed pen angles, and fracture is going to be this. And I'm going to say exaggerate in your mind how steep you want your steep pin angles to be. So instead of say 45, let's exaggerate and say we want it 50 or more. Because what we want is a sharp, spiky beginning and ending. So I'm going to have a steep pin angle here. And as I go into that curve, I manipulate the nib to be steep. As I come down here in the curve, I manipulate it to be steep. So I go from steep to flat, flat all the way through, and then into the curve, steepening all the way. So it's in this curved part of the beginning and end of the letter where you're manipulating the nib from this to that in as short a space as possible. I always find it much more difficult to do the pin manipulation at the top than at the bottom. So when you're doing steep to flat to steep, what I find is that I have more success. Let me back away a little bit. Most of the time when I'm holding my pen handle, my pen handle, very often it's relaxed in the crook of my hand. But when I'm trying to do this pin manipulation, particularly with a steep pin angle, I wind up poking that pen handle up in the air much more because I'm rotating. And let me get up closer. I'm rotating that round barrel between my thumb and my finger to some degree when I'm doing that pin manipulation. And so when I'm doing the pin manipulation, I have the pin handle held up steeply. And by rolling this pin handle between my thumb and finger, that's how I get the manipulation as quickly as I can between that very steep pen angle to the flat pen angle and back to the steep pen angle. So it's a way in which you're not holding that pen handle relaxed in the crook of your hand, but poking up in the air more that allows that to happen. One of the reasons I like this kind of pen handle is because, number one, it's round. The dimension of it facilitates most sizes of hands, and it's lightweight. When something's lighter weight, a pen handle, it's easier to do this kind of fiddling around manipulation. So I'll start again with the letter I, and we'll go from there. And it's very challenging. You know, that's always a nice word when you want to say a naughtier word. So extremely steep pen angle, manipulate very quickly from steep to flatter to steeper at the bottom. And I always like to pull off that little rebound off the top corner like that. And when I do a letter L, it's kind of different in that I start off with a flatter pen angle. Because what I do with that flatter pen angle, I slide to the left a little bit, I drive down, and then I do the pen manipulation to get it nice and sharp and spiky at the bottom. Because then what I do is I have this kind of pronged serif at the top of some of these. You got some choices, but one of the choices you have is you set your nib right here and you transition it into your original stroke. And it gives more of that feel of spikiness to it that you want. I'll do that again. You start off with your flatter pen angle, and you used to slide to the left a little bit into that descent. And then you manipulate very steeply, rebound, pull off that top corner. Then you can come back and transition back into that stroke right there.
Reggie, this is Lauren. Can I ask a quick question here?
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time, you know, when we think of kind of twisting the pen for like a Roman tap and that slight narrowing on the downstroke.
Mm-hmm.
This feels counterintuitive to that. I partly can't tell if I've got an optical illusion looking at your steep the width of the stroke on that initial, you know, the steep pen angle, and then when you manipulate and your downstroke, is the width of the downstroke essentially the same width as you're starting off with?
Yeah, it just what we did at the beginning there here with Textura was to say every stroke we want to make that the same weight. And the way we achieved it was by changing pen angle. When we moved in this direction, we got that weight with a 45-degree pen angle. When we went in this direction, a 30-degree. When we went in this direction, a 45-degree. And so we did a pen lift and overlapped to achieve that. Here, we're doing the same thing. We're getting the same weight here, here, and here by pen manipulation, not lifting the pen. Okay? And this is, in case you didn't notice, this is hard. So going from the Textura to the Fractura is one huge step. And once again, my intention here is to, number one, present you with some alphabets that I hope you like. I hope they're pretty. I hope they're useful. But embedded within those letter forms are certain skills. And in this one, we're forcing ourselves to try to do a skill to do these letters, which is pen manipulation. Okay,
Yep, thank you.
good question. All right, here we go. Let's kind of do these in order, in a families. And so I'm going to do a letter T. I'm going to come, I'm going to poke up above here with a flatter pen angle, just a little bit, drive down, and then I'm going to do the steep pen angle, rebound out. I'm going to flatten my pen angle here and ride the underside of the guideline. So you have the I and the L and the T, and you can just say, put some little dashes there, dots. The first letter forms in history that ever had dots and needed them. So let's go ahead to the N family. And with the letter N, we'll start as if it's a letter I. And so have that very steep pen angle. Your pen handle's poking up in the air so that you can, as quickly as possible, go from the steep to the flat to the steep, and rebound up, and then embed that second stroke over and over and over and over, and then manipulate, drive down, hit the baseline, pull away on the bottom left-hand corner. And if, while it's still wet, if you need to give that a nicer shape, you can. Now, particularly in this fractura, strive mightily to keep the pen angle as steep as possible on these, especially the N family. I could have made that N a little sharper, a little spikier on that second stroke. I'll try to follow through on the letter M, doing it a little bit better. And so with the letter M, steep pen angle, back and forth, manipulate. And now here, let me go even steeper. That should be a little better. Yeah, that's it. And I don't mind having these little hairlines poking out of there. Really attend to making those as sharp and spiky as possible by that little mind game of saying, I'm going to make this ridiculously a steep pen angle when I start out here. And you'll find that by exaggerating it in one direction, you get to that happy medium faster than if you try and do it incrementally. Let's do an H. And with the letter H, as an ascender, we're going to start with that flatter pen angle that slides to the left a little before you begin your descent. Pen manipulation, rebound at the bottom. And then right here, overlap, 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 really steep. Pull away. Then come back to the top. Transition into your original stroke so you have that kind of pronged serif at the top, enhancing the spiky quality to this. I'm going to have to go down to the next writing line. Okay, let's do a letter B. And so with that letter B, because it's a cinder, we'll start with a flatter pen angle, slide to the left before we begin our descent, and then nice and steep and spiky at the bottom with that rebound stroke. And at the top, real steep pen angle over and over again. And we go this. Oh, what the heck, guys. Let's be flamboyant. If you have the room to do it, you could actually kind of do a little bit of a flourish here on these. And what you want to do is have a steep pin angle and do it something like this. Okay. Make it as if it's a banner blowing in the wind so that there's some lift to it. Don't let it just limply sag down like that. Oh boy, the air just didn't catch it. Okay. So it's a steep pin angle where you give it some life to it, some life and some lift. But that, of course, is only if you have room to do that with whatever letter follows that. So the basic options you have there are the pronged serif at the top or this kind of flourish. The letter P at the top, let's have that steep, steep pin angle. Very quickly go from steep to flat. And I like to keep it like that. And I like to keep the bottom as if it were whatever we did with the fractura as a texture as well. We could just keep it like that and have this little dash through it if you want. Or you could pressurize it. I wouldn't put any kind of bent umbrella handle or anything on it. It's just it clogs it up a lot. So with the letter P, like the letter B, get that steep, steep pin angle going back and forth across. You're very quick going from steep to flat. And let's slide to the left over here. So that now when we flatten our pin angle out and we join up here, even if we just touch, while it's still wet, we can enhance it into a shape that we like with a corner of the nib. There's always a problem in Blackletter with that letter P joining at the bottom, getting too clogged up. So normally you'll want to have your pin angle pretty flat in order to do that. We'll do the letter R. And with the letter R, like all the rest, we start off really steep, quick manipulation from steep to flat and back to steep again. And here, as we learned before, we're not coming down quite as steeply as we do on shapes like the B or the P or the O. Instead, it's coming out a little more horizontally. And at the end, if you squeeze it and pull off the bottom corner, you get that nice little shape there internally. Okay. So after we do the in family, let's do the O. And with the letter O, we'll start off at the guideline and we'll slide to the left just a little bit before we begin our descent. And then at the bottom, that extreme manipulation, rebounding up. And then at the top, really, really steep pin angle, manipulate very quickly to flat. And at the bottom, when you overlap, slide into that stroke at the bottom. And in each case, you'll still get that dimple, but it'll be not quite as harsh by that kind of sliding into it. With the letter C, same beginning. Start at the guideline with that flatter pin angle. A little motion to the left before you begin your descent. And then steep, severe manipulation to get that spiky bottom. And then what we did at the top of the letter R, We do have a steep pin angle, we overlap, but we don't pull it out quite as steeply and then just spring off the bottom corner to get that shape. And then for the letter E, much like the letter C, we start with a flatter pin angle, a little slide to the left, descend, extreme pin manipulation at the bottom, spring off of it. At the top, very steep pin angle, pull down steeply, and then pull into it. And then flatten the pin angle. You have your little crossbar there, characteristic of Blackletter. Then let's do the A family. And with the A family, owes a lot. It owes a lot to the O family in that you start off like this, flatter pin angle, slide down a little before you begin your descent. Extremely steep pin manipulation, you get that spiky bottom. At the top, really steep, very abbreviated right there. Because then what you're going to do is come back with your flatter pin angle right here, slide to the left, drive down, and then pin manipulation, spring off it. In that A family, do the letter Q, same face as on the A. Start with a flatter pin angle at the guideline, a little slide to the left, drive down, extreme pin manipulation to get that sharp spiky bottom, rebound up. Once again, if in doubt, make the pin angle too steep so you get that sharp spikiness. Very abbreviated. And then flat pin angle, slide to the left, drive down. And I like to pressurize it at the bottom. You don't have to though. You can just put one of these little dashes through it if you wish. That's something I learned from Neugebauer, those little dashes at the bottom of the Q or the P. It's funny how that little trick does that. Draws your eye to them. And then what we learned previously in Fraktur, in that A family with the D, needing to cheat a little bit in terms of starting it above where you started the other. So I'm going to start above the guideline slightly, a little slide to the left, do my descent, and then extreme pin manipulation, rebound up. And always wanted to have more of a horizontal drive than a diagonal drive to this top of the letter D. Try to make it sweeping sideways. So start over here. I give it some pressure here. It just barely snags that. And then I start my pin manipulation there. And then I'll slide into it at the bottom there. It's really hard to get as much horizontal drive as you like to in that. It's so easy to have it poking up and looking awkward. And then the G. So with the G, we start where we did before with the A. That is just barely touching the guideline with the top of the corner of the nib. A little slide to the left, drive down, extreme pin manipulation, rebound, get that sharpness at the bottom. And then at the top, steep pin angle that overlaps. And down, stop. And then flat pin angle, slides in there, overlaps, drive down, and then pull off the bottom of the corner of the nib. And once again, while that's still nice and wet, if it's breaks up too much, you can draw greater continuity in there with the corner of the nib while it's wet. I'm going to stop right there. Anybody want to ask any questions about the letters we did so far, other than the pin manipulation being insanely difficult?
Do you have, excuse me, I do have a request in chat for a letter H again, please.
Letter H? Sure.
Yes.
Letter H. Here we go. Should have had this steeper right here. Sharper. Okay. And as I
Would you ever put, I'm sorry, would you ever put a bottom on that G, you know, that other part of a descender?
I don't normally, I don't normally, if you do, once again, it would be that kind of umbrella handle, because I ended this with a flat pin angle. Then that I want to, almost like the tail of the letter S, I want to overlap with a steep pin angle there. So you'd wind up. And aesthetically, if it worked in context with everything else, you could put it there, sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to move on then to, we did the N, the O, the A. So we'll do some of the letters that are a little different. Let's do the letter F. Let's do the letter U first. I'll do the, am I on camera? No, I wasn't.
Yep, off screen. Yep.
Here we go. With the letter U, steep to flat to steep. And then again, steep to flat to steep and rebound. I always find it much more of a challenge to get the pin manipulation as pointy as I would like at the tops. And it's easier for me at the bottom for some reason. I don't know why. Let's go ahead and do the letter Y from out of that. And remember, having that pin handle poking up in the air really facilitates that. Because you are rolling that round pen handle between your thumb and your finger. While we're at it, let's just continue on with this. We'll do a letter V and a W. Kind of on a roll here with the same types of forms. And with the letter V, what we remembered from the texture was right here we had a flatter pin angle, and we would slide to the left a little bit before we begin that descent, and now we can slide to the left over here into it. And remember, when you're trying to calculate that, you're calculating, I would want to have 1 pin nib wide, 1 pin nib wide, one wide, one wide, for that picket fence effect. And so you would do the same thing over here. And then you would say, okay, I want it this wide right here. So I got to come over maybe half a nib wide. And that's where I'll begin this little slide to the left. And at the bottom, slide back into that stroke. So you have, yes, dust input. Very fluent in German here. So, you can call that a little family right there. A little family reunion. Then we'll do some of the ones that are more unique. Let's do the letter K. And with the letter K, we'll start as we do with all our ascenders, sliding to the left a little bit. Drive that descent down there. Very severe rebound up there. Right here, very severe steep pin angle. Quickly there, like the letter E. And then right here, we start with a flatter pin angle. We drive through the spine of it and down and pull away like the bottom of a G. And whether you want, you can make the call, whatever you want to do with the top of the K, whether you want the pronged serif or a hoop-de-doo flourish. And with the letter J, keeping it simple. Once again, very steep pin angle to flat pin angle and pull away. And then a little minimalistic dot. And we'll do the letter F. And with the letter F, like all our other
You'll want to scoot it over before you do that F.
Thank you. Thank you. And with other ascenders, we started off with a flatter pin angle, a little slide to the left. And then a severe rebound down there. You know what? I totally blew it right there. I don't know what I was thinking. I got lost. Let's try this again. I'll just turn this into an L. I just wanted to make sure you remembered how to do an L. With the letter F. Let's get it right with that. A little slide here and drive down. And once again, I always like to give a little squeeze at the bottom. Sometimes I like to say a squeeze is as good as a serif. And then at the top here, like the C, like the R, we have that steep pin angle that comes out not quite as steep as the others there. And then when you squeeze at the end of it and pull off the bottom corner, and it's a quick move, you get a nice little shape on the underside there. And then we're going to come down here with a flatter pin angle with our crossbar there. A lot of times if you have a word like, say, the word self, S-E-L-F, you would have the crossbar of the E and the F continue through those two forms. Kind of a nice thing. And let's see. Oh, what the heck? Let's do a letter S. And with a letter S, here's what we do. Flat pin angle, a little move to the left, drive down, a little move to the right, and drive down. And we'll move to the left and let go. So, you know, with the letter S, as we did it both in the textura and now fractura, the top bowl is about 1/3 of the guideline. The bottom bowl is about 2/3 of it. And now we come back with our steep pen angle and overlap and pull down and off the corner of the nib. And now right here, we start with a flat pen angle and we manipulate steeper and steeper and steeper. And this very, very, very subtle bend in the tail until at the bottom we overlap and let go. And because you're going towards it blind, a lot of this depends on experience in meeting at the right place. Okay. I'll do another letter S. And with the letter S, that pen angle, a little slide to the left, and a very, very, very short horizontal. And then drive down, slide to the left. By keeping that horizontal short, you'll make sure that the whole shape is compressed. Then come back to the top, keep pen angle, bend it down, spring off the corner, and then a flat pen angle, just a least bend in the slope, continuously steepening as you get down, and then as you're about to connect, you overlap and let go. And throughout the whole hand, you're doing your best to accentuate the steepness of the pen angles at the top and bottom to create that spikiness throughout that you would like to achieve. I think all we're missing is the X and the Z. So with the letter X, we'll start out with a steep pen angle, manipulate flat, go back to steep and rebound. And then,
You're almost on the
thank you.
Off screen, yeah, sorry.
So we went from steep to flat to steep, almost like letter I. And then we'll go back and forth, and we'll come down, pull off the bottom corner. And this little crazy guy, wherever he came from, we do that. And then we put a little crossbar on it. And then we'll do the Z virtually the same way. Steep pen angle, a little life to it, a little liltiness. And then a flatter pen angle that arches very steeply. And then we'll go back to a steep pen angle that elevates. And we do that buggy whip that we lift, we spring off the corner of the nib up there, just like we know what we're doing. And our crossbar. I don't think we skipped any letters, did we? I tried to keep them in families. It makes a lot more sense doing these in families rather than alphabetically. Okay. All right. It's 1 o'clock Central Time. And we go to
1:15.
1:15. That's all we got is 15. Yeah, okay, that's what I figured. That's what I figured. So what I'm going to do, guys, is this. I gave you all the handouts for Blackletter and variations that I would give for a 5-day workshop. So we're obviously not going to have enough time for doing each and every one of these, okay? And so in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to show you something. I'm going to demonstrate one of these to you. And you're not going to have time to do it yourself. So don't feel shortchanged, because this really is, you know, kind of a 5-day squashed down into 2 days. So some of the things will be demonstrations. And so that will be the case of the next one. I'll see how far I can get on this page, because it's going to be, yeah, this page and the page that I was using previously. I'm going to demonstrate to you. Let me scoot this out of the way here. This page, Roman numeral 4. And this is a form of Batard, B-A-T-A-R-D, which is kind of a way of saying bastard, which means it's an admixture of different hands. And so you can find all sorts of different forms of Batard through different centuries, which simply means that it's an immersion of different styles. Okay, and so this is a very compressed form of black letter. And the most important difference between what we were just doing and this one is the shape of the O. The shape of the O is much more compressed, much more spiky, okay? So if I go through this very quickly, you'll see that the skills that we invested, we imbued in the form of the Fraktur are at work in this Batard, okay? So I'll go through it very rapidly. And once again, I'll hope to go through it in families. To me, makes more sense. You can see the kinship. I'll start on this page, but I won't have enough room. I'll finish on another page. Try to do this. This. Come on down closer. And so you're really accentuating with this, the spikiness, the sharpness of these. Once again, you guys are going to have to help me keep honest and stay on point here on the page. One of the things you want to do is keep this really compressed and not let the curves sag. You want to try to keep the curves lifted as much as possible. And then when you're going from your basic shapes here to a letter like the N, which is comprised with a straight and a curve, it's so hard to keep it compressed. It really wants to widen out on you. And so you're best served by trying to keep that curve on the letter N curved as lifted as possible. So on the M, you have the same thing here, but then you have what you have on the letter N. Try to keep the curve up higher and a very, very, very minimal amount of bend or curve to it. It's so easy to curve this out too wide.
Reggie,
Yes.
am I just imagining things, or does this bear a distinct resemblance to Gothicized italic?
Yeah, you could say that it doesn't matter what you call it, but yes, this embodies a lot of the characteristics of what you would say would be italicized Gothic, except for the fact that it's not italicized, it's not tilted. But we're going to
Right.
be getting into tilting some of these in the near future. Okay.
So we're gonna start blurring some lines,
I don't know.
theoretically.
Stick around. You might find out.
Okay,
I don't want to
sounds
lose.
good.
I don't want to lose you, Beth.
Oh, I just can't wait.
Okay. And so you can see right here, just that little flick right there with the letter R keeping it compressed. And so if we're doing, once again, I'm just trying to remind myself of the members of the family here. Lift. Okay, and so we'll do the O again. Lift, compress. Wherever you're trying to make the curves and the straight lines work together. It's
We
always,
got your Optivisor.
oh. Hey, how do you like that optimizer there?
Yeah, it
Yeah,
focused right in
oh,
there. It's
there
nice.
you go. Oh God, going blind here.
So what? Oh yeah, they're really bad about it.
Okay.
They don't hesitate. But he had bent down so far that the optivisor, the camera was focusing on him.
In this case, I might want to do that. Keep going on the next line with the A family. We'll pretend like there's a next line. So we got the I, the Q, the O, the A. And we'll go and do this. Now, I want to show you something. You see that? Uh, Historically, if you look at some texts in different versions of Blackletter, that'll be a letter K. Sometimes you would have optional versions of the same letter in the same text. So you might have that K, and then you might have something that you'd be more at home with. Okay. And then I would say you can't make the beginnings and endings too sharp. Go for making them too sharp rather than too mellow. Wait, what is this? Believe my eyes.
Now, that S is looking pretty tractory.
Hey, is that a word?
Yeah.
He just didn't. Actually, I should have come up higher with the tail there. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of similarities in these. So what I wanted you to see is this, you know, as I said, this was based on a month in the primitive to modern class, how to modernize a traditional hand. And to me, the hand that is most arcane to our eyes is blackletter. And to try to create that step by step by step to have a more modern look and feel depend on what you want the entire body of text to feel like. It's one little variable at a time, altering it and being able to follow along as to how to do that yourself. And, you know, feel like, oh, I have permission to change the pin angle or do pin manipulation or do this, that, or the other to create a set of letter forms that I feel good about. Okay. And so that's where we're going with these things. Not that any of these, I mean, if you want to, these can be endpoints in themselves, that is, alphabets that you want to copy and use. But more to the point is that there is invested in these forms certain skills that you can then create any alphabet you want to with those skills once you have drawn them into yourself. I hope that makes a little bit of sense. It's really hard in the short amount of time for us to go from one to another to another to another this fast is frustrating at times. I know. Okay. So what do we got? The time?
About 1 minute.
Well, about 1 minute. Okay. The questions then. Questions. Give me a question. You want something demonstrated or explained? Please. This is your moment in the sun.
Difficult.
Okay. Then
But this is like rigid. This is fractura. This is that you particularly develop in your studio. The ancient monks, they don't do this very like changing the pen angle and rotating the pen holder in their hand.
well, we tend to think in historical terms. Language evolves very slowly, whether it's spoken or written. And you have to realize that, it was just very organic and things were spread out so that what became maybe a little peculiarity over here in this one monastery became the standard script, even though it was just a slightly different. And so over decades and centuries, letters changed. It's they morphed very slowly from one country to another. So I think so much of it was individuals making little differences. I don't think they woke up one morning and said, well, you know, I've had about enough of Carolingian. I'm going to start doing Blackletter. No, that's why I gave you this little sheet of paper right here to show you a progression, if you would, where I said, let me get up closer here. Mary, Mary, quite contrary, how does your Gothic grow? And so I wanted to show that if you started with a standard one and little by little by little bitty variables changed, that you got what from somewhere to like, huh? Where did this uncial come from? Okay. And then once again, just changing things here as you would. And then over here, as you'll see, we'll be pressurizing letter forms. And then whether you change the body height or begin slanting them, you get all these different versions of what the heck happened here? How can you call that Blackletter? Well, I don't really. But what I want you to see is how you have permission to change these things little by little and come up with letter forms that help reflect the spirit of the text is what you want. So I hope that partially answers the question. Okay. Okay, so we got time for lunch right now, I believe. Is that true? Sally, you're the boss.
It's according to your schedule. That's the
Okay.
time.
Then let's do this. Okay, you got about 10 minutes, guys, to go grab some food. Come on back, and
You can pause recording too.
Yeah, okay. I'll start showing videos in about 10 minutes or so, and you can be eating your lunch while you're watching video. Okay? And as Sally said, I'm going to pause the video right now, and I'm going to mute myself at this end because you don't want to hear what's going on over here. And I'll see you all in about 10 minutes. So,
There we go.
okay, Sally, I just wanted to remind you that we will be recording these, okay? So, you know, I just wanted to take control of things in that way. Okay, so I'm going to go to screen share if you want to make me the big kahuna again. Here we go. Boy, was that great. So we'll do this, get rid of this, get rid of this, and then right here, oh, got to move a few things around on my screen here. Yeah, I think we'll do this today. You know, it'd probably be best from the start, don't you think? And let me find where the sound is coming from. There's a toolbar here that takes up spaces. So that it's hard for me to see exactly where things are. Okay. I'll start with this and we'll see how we go right here. So these are some of the influences that, where did that go from? Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, so these are some of the people, letter forms, etc., that influenced me. And so by dint of that fact are influencing you this weekend in certain the letter forms presented. Some of the things I'll be presenting in this one are not as traditional as some of the ones I'll show you tomorrow. So these are some things that I find interesting. You have this page as a very small 8.5 by 11, but originally I had handed this out in my classes in live sessions as 11 by 17s when we kind of had those options. And what I wanted you to see right here is this, that these letter forms here, as you can see, are by Rudolf Koch. Rudolf Koch at the beginning of the 1900s occupied the same influence in calligraphy in Germany as Edward Johnston did in Great Britain. And he was the artist, Rudolf Koch. And then there was a secondary person named Rudolf von Larisch, who was the educator. And so the two of them occupied that presence of creating an interest in letter forms and calligraphy, whereas kind of Johnston was alone in Great Britain. The rest of this page right here is from a book by the name of Hoffmann Schriftatlas. And if we have time, I will tell you a little story of how I came by this book and how you are coming by these letter forms here that you'll never see anywhere else in all of Blackletter, which are just fascinating to me. And there, when you look at these letters over here, look at the influence of the overlap of strokes diminishing the amount of interior counter space. I mean, this is such a great instructional page on its own. And these letter forms here, both the caps and the lowercase by Koch, I mean, he's doing everything possible. He's doing pen manipulation. He's doing multiple stroking. He's doing just anything you can think of to create these things because he was interested not in the directness of the lettering with these, but with the aesthetic, the overall aesthetic they would create. And so I just find these inspiring pages. Oops. So these are paste ups. And then along that same line, you have this inspiring page by John Stevens. And a lot of these, the uppercase are done with brush, lowercase with pen. And later we're going to be doing some letters kind of inspired by these that I call happy caps. But we'll be doing them with a metal nib. So what John could do here with pressure and releasing and multiple stroking, we're going to be doing with multiple stroking. I'll make a statement right now that I have no compunction about, and it's that John Stevens is the greatest lettering artist in all of history, period. That simple, that profound. When you look at the breadth of his work, the quality of his work, the diversity, everything that he's done, no one has done what John has done. And so any chance you get to look at any of his work, study it, be inspired by that. Luca Barcelona, a fellow practicing Blackletter now. Whoops. Let's get back here. Hold on a second. I got to grab hold of the toolbar here and see where I'm at. I've got a disappearing toolbar here. Oh, I get it. Okay, there I'm at. Okay, so this guy, fellow Luca Barcelona, he's really great. And you can see how he's inspired by John Stevens and his brushwork. So there's so much fluidity in these letter forms. And of course, when you start off with something like Textura, you think of the kind of very disciplined Germanic marching, not fluid quality to Blackletter, but you can see through dint of the brush, the tool, and creativity, what can be done with these forms. And here's the page I told you about, little by little, altering. And this is such a beautiful page by Rudolf Koch. Rudolf Koch was a very devout person, and he did all 4 of the Gospels. And he did them on handmade paper. The handmade paper was very, very textural. And one of the things that Rudolf Koch was very wanted to imbue all his work with was a kind of immediacy and freedom and texture created by the letter forms. He was not so interested in every single letter form being mechanically like the next, but having the page before you, a texture, a weaving, a movement that really embodied life. This, I hate to say it, I cannot remember who did this, but whoops. Let's go back. But I've always loved this piece. And, you know, if you look for the letter forms as being consistent, they're not all that consistent. But when you look in the totality, an overall strong design will carry less than perfect letter forms, whereas the opposite won't hold true. I just feel like this is such a powerful piece, the way it's done. Every element works. And this is by the fellow that I had told you commissioned some of Donald Jackson's earlier pieces. And Guillermo Benitez Rodriguez, a wealthy banker in Puerto Rico, and he flew Donald over to give him lessons. And one of the things I want you to see about this, which is so wonderful, it's one piece of cut black paper. Okay. So you can see how there's virtually no interlinear space, or where there is, that forms are interconnected. So that if you could just hold this between your thumb and fingers, it would just be dangling there as one piece of cut black paper. And because it's cut, when you think of like wood cuts or linoleum cuts, you can take some freedom in terms of not just having to cut it as if they're uniform, but you can do things to make them come more alive, more irregular, if you will. And I really love that about these. And you'll see some more examples of cut letter forms later. And this is from a little Christmas card by John Stevens. Not bad, huh? And once again, you can see the sparsity of interlinear space, and yet extremely legible. Ward Dunham, one of the best practitioners, contemporary calligraphers of black letter. This and a few of the other ones that you will see, like this one, were all in, there used to be the calligrapher's calendar that would come out every year. And it would all be by pieces that different calligraphers would have in there. There'd be a theme, etc. And so Paul Freeman was a calligrapher he was basically a very established watercolorist in New York. And then he turned to calligraphy and was very successful at that. One of the first teachers I ever had. He came to Chicago. Intimidating guy. But look at the life you have in this piece.
What was his name again?
Paul Freeman.
Paul Freeman.
Yeah. Goes back a ways. Now, this piece is by Emily Brown Shields. And once again, these were all pieces that were in different years of the calligrapher's calendars. And this black letter is just such a knockout to me. Look at how narrow those interlinear spaces in the counter spaces are within letters. And when you look and look, how did she do that? And one of the things, kinds of a giveaway, look at right here at this H, right here, okay? You come down with a vertical, you got your little foot right here. You come across with a horizontal, and then what does she do? She comes in. She comes in and then down. And look at how small that interlinear, that little counter space is. And she carries that through on all of these. And so once again, you can see it here in the letter N. You got your vertical, your foot, and you're over here, then you come in with it. Same thing with the letter G, you're coming in here. And with all of those, you're closing up those counters, and you create this wonderful, wonderful density of texture, this kind of fabric weaving, but it's so thick. It's so thick. It's kind of your eye kind of works its way through there. But what does she do? She takes these caps and she opens them up. They're kind of a modernized uncial set of forms. And by giving you these large open spaces, you know, you work to get through this, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, I've got a visual breathing space here. And then you work through, then it's like, oh, I can breathe again. Okay. And so this is really a great lesson in whatever kind of letter forms you're using. If it's very dense, if you can provide some kind of visual breathers there, especially with these kind of open caps, it just is wonderful the way she uses this. And of course, it's a reverse. For those of you, you know, most of the time you're doing black ink on white paper. And then especially now with computers, there's lots of simple programs where you just reverse it and it becomes white on black. And that's always more eye-catching because you don't see it as often. And then once again, look at this almost no interlinear space, and yet you read it very legibly. This fellow's name is Arn Wolf. He was from California. I was fortunate enough to take a workshop or two with Arn. And this letter right here to me, I just love this form right here. It's just so everything to me. And one of the lessons it taught me was this, that you can have so many liberties, take liberties so much with the exterior of a letter form, so long as you keep the interior of that letter form what it's supposed to be, you will read it. And so basically all I did was I took this letter form right here and I blackened everything out on the outside, and then I just trimmed it down so that you would go, oh yeah, that's going to be the letter R. I can tell that by the interior counter. And so then it doesn't matter so long as you have a very good rendering of an interior counter. You can do lots of different things with the exterior of letters. And this is a piece by Arn Wolf that is just one of my favorite pieces in the world. I love the wildness of it. And over here, you can see that it's sort of like a black letter in red. And over here, these are sort of Romans, but all over the place. And this is over here, Israel, and Israel stood on a mountain. And so this is about the Philistine stood on a mountain. And so this is a woodcut. And so whatever he designed in broad edge, when you start carving into a three-dimensional medium, you can take liberties with whatever the broad edge pen might not have done to make it slightly more expressive. And so I know to some people this just looks chaotic, but to me this has so much dynamic energy to it. I love it. And once again, one of the things I always tell my students, though, one of the things you can depend on in design is black, red, and white. Black, red, and white. You know, it usually works. And this is a fellow that lives 15 minutes away from me, Mike Kessig. And Mike is just sensational. He can do anything. Of course, he's known for pointed pen, but Mike is just sensational with any kind of a writing tool. And I love what he's done here with the black letter. Of course, it would have been black on white and reversed. And these were two different pages that he did for different years in the calligraphers' calendars when those existed. And here's a page of lettering, italicized black letter by Friedrich Neugebauer. And we'll be getting into some things like that tomorrow. We'll be italicizing some black letter in different ways. And it has a totally different feel to it that can be pretty appealing. And here's a slightly different rendering of black letter that's been italicized as well. And so once again, you get the idea of the very, very dense lowercase and then the open caps, visual breathers. And this is a piece of mine right here. This is on vellum. And so this is a piece of the three-dimensional sculpted gilding base right there. And we'll be using, I hope, alizarin crimson for some of our lettering. And so this is one of the forms of pressurized black letter. And then the same over here with the uncial pressurized. And I think these are some of the stained letters. I don't think this is just the alizarin crimson, but partially stained as well, which I'll be showing you a little bit later on. And so usually when I do a piece, I fessed up to it last night, that I usually figure I'm going to screw up on it. So I'll usually do two of them. So this is the one I did on vellum, and then I had done another one on paper. So this is the one on paper. And both of them are slightly stained, the backgrounds. This is the piece I did many years ago. I sculpted this myself. And this is a marble-like stone. It's in between marble and alabaster. The different colors of the stone dictate how hard or soft it is. You have these dark reds running through there, and that's iron. So you can ruin a whole bunch of tools carving away on these. And yet, where you have this lighter color, it's really soft. And so you have to be careful. You know, the stone tells you what you can do in that spot. And so this is, I did this piece. It's a part of a quote from Shakespeare's Othello. And so I designed these two letters. This first one, the letter H, to be very hard-edged and very dynamic, as you'll see in a moment for what reason the quote. And the quote is, "My heart is turned to stone. I strike it, and it hurts my hand." And so I wanted every element on here to be very hard-edged and sharp so that even if you just touched it, you go, ow, that doesn't feel good. And so then this letter S snaking around there, once again, very hard-edged, very sharp, everything, all the contours, suggesting what this says. And then just a wonderful, wonderful quality of the stone, what it conveys in terms of the content of the text as well. It was something here. This took me about almost a year to do. The raw piece of stone started out at about 200 pounds. By the time I finished, it was down to about 100 pounds. And so I did use some power tools for this, but most of it was by hand. And so when it got down to doing the little counter spaces in between these letters here, I was actually using X-Acto knives to wear away the stone because these are so deep, the carving. And so had everything from power tools to hammer and chisels to X-Acto knives making this. And so, you know, black letter for this, if you want to call it that. And then viewed from the front, it looks sort of like that. It's about a 1.5 feet tall, 1.5 feet wide, 1.5 feet deep. And that might be the last one. Oh, and then of course we have a black letter sampler. This when I at the conference, at one of the conferences I taught, this is a 5-day course. And so here we have the page for Textura, and they all had the designs for the pages. So they had the room to do the alphabet and a short quote that I suggested to them. And so they were using the alizarin crimson stained. So you can see the modulation of the color here, not just the singular solid red, which alizarin crimson comes and goes because it's not quite opaque, not quite transparent. And so, as I said, we did have time to do most every one of the samples in the handouts here. And so this is a basic pressurized rendering of the black letter or Gothic. And with the little quotes there too. And this is one that I invented that I really love called Chatter. And this is one I call Spur. Kind of an enigmatic thing, things that are going on. And I'll be demonstrating Spur to you a little later. And then we get into the italicized one. So we did the Fraktur straight up and down. One of the ones we're going to be doing tomorrow is an italicized Fraktur, and it'll look like this. And then taking it really to extremes, it's like, what the heck? So we'll be confronting ourselves again with what are the characteristics of black letter? Could you run it by me again? And so, yes, indeed, these are compressed, you know, but sure doesn't remind you of black letter, does it? So I call this cursive Gothic. Doesn't matter what you call it, just matters that it works. And guys, here we go. This is the one I invented, I call Elvis, because of the hairdos. You got the Elvis hairdo right there. And a lot of other things going on. So those are all lowercase that were in the little book that we did, and then the uppercase. And we'll be doing a basic set of uppercase. But what you're really going to fall in love with is the Fraktur caps. You're just going to love doing these things. They're really fun to do. And then from out of that grows what I call happy caps, or things that were inspired by the letter forms you saw by Rudolf Koch and John Stevens. And so when I show these and have you do them, I have us use washed out dirty wash water from the black. So this way we can see the multiple strokings, how it got that way, okay? I mean, you can always do them in black and you'll, you know, that'll be the end of it. But in order to teach this and remember kind of how you did it, when you see the grays, how they overlap, etc., then it reminds you it's a good teaching page. And then if you put them all together, finally, you get the page that we'll be working on given enough time in the next 2 days. And that is that. Okay. So, comments or questions on anything that we just saw there, guys? Of course, this was recorded, so you'll have access to looking at that again. But anything strike you as peculiar or of interest or extremely offensive?
Question on your Othello sculpture.
Yes.
So was that a commission piece? Do you have that on display somewhere?
Guys, if you came in the word in right here in the door, it would be
Okay.
directly to your left-hand side.
All right.
The projects that I always did for love, to make me grow, and just because I thought they were worthwhile bringing into this world, are things that mostly I've never sold. It's hard to part with them. One of these days, I know when I have to, can't take it with me. So I've got so many. That's why I say this is a classroom and my studio. And as you come in, it's a gallery. And all around us here, there's all these works by myself, but also there's an original one over there by John Stevens and Carl Roars and Mike Kessig. There's these extremely rare prints, Alison Urwick and other people. So when people come in here, I just want them to go, oh my God. I mean, like this print right over here, all you see of this big hunk of gold foil right here. It's the most beautiful caps you've ever seen in your life by a guy from Iceland, Gunnlaugr Bream. And he did very few of those. And just I love when people come in, and people are free to take pictures, whatever they want to when they're here. I have my library here. Some of the books that are here are you'll never see again anywhere. And people are free to take them off the shelf and take pictures. I want it to be a resource center as well. So when we moved in here about 30 years ago, this was kind of the black hole of Calcutta down here. And my son and I worked for about 2.5 years trying to make this into something where I could give workshops. And so for about 1.5 years, I was giving workshops, and then COVID hit.
Right.
And so now this May will be the first time I'll start having classes back here again. And I'm just elated that that's going to happen. So I love.
Well, the sculpture is a beautiful piece, as all of your other work that you showed. So thank you very much.
I wish you could be here, because I do have a sign that says "Please touch."
And what's the size of it?
It's about 1.5 feet tall, foot and a
Okay.
half wide, 1.5 feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
All
it's
right.
it's a really wonderful stone from New Mexico.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what it's called?
Well, it's every stone, every type of stone, whether it's limestone or marble or anything else, has a rating from number 1 to 10, softness to hardness. And so when I say that stone is a piece of alabaster, most of the time people think, oh, alabaster, that white little thing that's really nice and soft. Well, this is not that. This is alabaster, in quotes, but it's a lot closer to being marble in terms of its coloration, its consistency, or its inconsistency in terms of its hardness. And so it's a hard rock to carve, but it's categorized as a form of alabaster, but it's much closer to marble. So,
So
there's
you just woke up one day and said, I know, stone.
for many years I wanted to sculpt. I really wanted to do something in stone, and so I was ordering something from Dick Blick, and I noticed that they had a piece of soapstone, and it said, "and a free chisel if you order this soapstone. Well, the soapstone was about 6 inches by 6 inches, and the chisel was about 1 inch wide. It's like, what am I going to do with this? And so what I did was I taught myself to carve in that soapstone with X-Acto knives. And so the first couple of pieces I did in stone carving were with X-Acto knives and some small chisels. And then the last few pieces I did, I integrated the use of a Dremel with them, with certain tools with that. But, you have to be careful when you're hitting with a hammer that you don't get carried away, because all of a sudden a huge chunk of stone falls off from your design and you're done for. So, yeah. No, I do. There's a lot of things here that are sandblasted in the studio. So I do a lot of three-dimensional stuff, carving, sandblasting, stuff in clay, terracotta, and stuff like that. I love doing three-dimensional stuff. So come on over. I'll give you a tour. So, okay, we're going to get back to our black letter, I guess. So how are we doing, Sally? I took up too much time, didn't I?
You're a few minutes over, but if
Okay, so I'll try
it'll be all right.
I'll try and snap to it then, okay?
Okay, yeah.
Then let me see what I have on my lesson plans here. Believe it or not, old teacher that I am, lesson plans, okay. Afternoon, make Sally's life miserable. Okay, I can do that. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Let me get my overhead back on here. Come on over here and there. If I turn this page like this, X11, I bet that's number a dozen or number 12. So I want you to take out Roman numeral 12 of your handouts. And you have a pre-lined page. I'm going to set this aside for just a moment. And at the top of the pre-lined page, it tells you that this is actually lined for 3 different styles. Pressurized from page 12, chatter from page 12, and spur from page 9. We're going to be doing pressurized on page 12, and I'll show you what that means. But for the most part, what it's going to mean to you is this right here. It says pressurized, and it's 3/4 of an inch tall. Okay, I'm going to show you how we're going to adapt this page. So you will have multiple lines to do your pressurized lettering on. Okay. So if we start off like this, what I can do is show you this in red pencil. So right here, you have this line being 3/4 of an inch tall. And you can even take your ruler and measure it if you have the least amount of distrust in me, which by now I hope you do. And then what you can do is this next line. See, this is interlinear space here, space in between, space in between. So this next line is 3/4 of an inch. And as you go down the page, every single one of these is 3/4 of an inch. Now then, I have this lined up for something else that we'll do later on. So you can just skip this, pay no attention to it. And then just keep going down the page and saying each and every one of these is 3/4 of an inch. And I've just labeled it like that to show you. And if you want to do that yourself, you can also. And then at the bottom, once again, disregard this because I had that line for something else that we'll be doing in the near future. Okay. So we're going to be using this page. And over here, it does tell you the size of the nib we're going to be using. We'll be using the Speedball C2. Now then, if I grab that page right here, the broad edge nib equivalency guide, if I come on over here and it says Speedball C2, that's the equivalent to a 3mm Browser or tape nib. It's pretty close to a #1 Mitchell. And of course, they do sell parallel pins that are 3mm. However, guys, this is not going to do us any good, the parallel pin, because we're going to be doing pressurized letter forms, which means we're going to have to make those prongs of the nib splay apart. And I'm going to be showing you in just a moment what that means. So these are the size nibs that you would use for this. I'm recommending a Speedball C2. In your handouts, towards the beginning, on page 5 of your handouts, it says pressurized letter forms. And this is what this means right here. If you take a broad edge nib and at the top, you press it hard. So you have a little plus mark, that means it's pressurized where the plus mark is. If you start by applying pressure and splaying those two prongs apart at the top, and then little by little, with great control, you begin releasing that pressure until at the midpoint, those two prongs are snapped back together, 0 pressure. You have the size of that stroke going from broader to narrower at the midpoint. And then if you re-begin applying with great control, pressurizing them till at the bottom, those two prongs are splayed apart again as much as they were at the top, you get this kind of hourglass figure right here. It's very elegant, but the skill of pressurizing letter forms is the most difficult skill there is in all of calligraphy. So this takes a lot of commitment, time, patience, as much as you can muster. So this is not done in a day or a week or a month. Over the course of several months, it takes that long to acquire some control over doing pressurized letter forms. So just as we try to integrate the skill of pen manipulation into one set of letter forms, here we're integrating the act of pressurizing the strokes. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to give it a try. For many of you, it's going to be a bridge too far. And so you're going to say, okay, I had my exposure to it. I can see it's not for me right now, maybe in the future. And you don't have to do the pressurizing. You can say, instead of making myself go crazy with this, I will do the letter forms, but just not pressurize them. Okay, so this is what we'll be doing right now. You don't have to worry too much about the curves because we don't have really any curves in the black letter. This is a handout that I give for especially Roman caps, pressurized Romans. So you can keep this within ready eye shot if you want, but more importantly, we're going to be using on page 12 here, we're going to go all the way down to the bottom right here. And we're going to be emulating these pressurized letter forms with the C2 speedball nib or the equivalent. Now, guys, this is a different nib. You've just taken that nib with your oily fingers and inserted it into the pen handle. So metal nib equals gum Arabic rub down. Make sure you do that so that you have some control over the flow of your writing fluid. Okay. So let's get set up right here. Different nib. Got the same ink. I think I'm gonna have to pour some more ink into my 6-part mixing pan here. Going through it pretty fast. And you know what? I'm going to add a drop or two of water because in these pans right here, they're exposed to the air and they do thicken somewhat, whether it's ink or gouache or watercolor. And then, you know the routine by now, guys. Here it is. Here it comes. Yes, our old buddy, gum Sanderac. So let's do a dusting of gum Sanderac. Most papers will benefit from a dusting of gum Sanderac. If you don't have this, I know they sell it either John Neal Paper and Ink. I think one or the other of them sells it already in a little pouch. But if you get it only in powder form, then what you'll need to do is go to like Joanna Fabrics or whatever and get a little piece of muslin cloth. It's just the right weave. Cut out about a 9-inch by 9-inch square of the muslin, and then put all of your gum Sanderac powder in the middle of that square, and then bring that piece of cloth corner to corner, give a twist. Then take a rubber band and rubber band it. Look at this. When you do this, make sure there's some play in it, okay? That way the powder will be able to come out from the fabric. If you take that rubber band and put it down too far, it forms a tight little ball right there, and then the dust can't come out. One of the problems with this is that dust comes out all over the place. So keep your little pouch of gum Sanderac in a Ziploc baggie. Otherwise, you'll be getting the gum Sanderac dust all over the studio. So a couple little tips right there. Okay. So let me get my padded surface. Let me do my gum Arabic rub down. And good to go. I'm going to need to get real close up with this.
Hey, Reggie, as you're preparing that, this is more, my gum Sanderac arrived during our morning session. It's from John Neal. It's in that very pouch that you described. I have to say it's sandier in consistency than I expected. My impression was that it was going to be more powder-like. And so I'm wondering if it's partially the nature of the only one they had available was the one that's already in the little,
Mhm.
sack.
Yeah.
But maybe it's too coarse of a grain on that.
Well, you know what, I might suggest this. If you can invest in a cheap little ceramic mortar and pestle and use it exclusively for grinding your gum sanderac, sometimes what I find is this. I remember I used to have Pendragon, and so I have piles of stuff from ages gone by, and so I'm still working off lots of gum sanderac that I had, and it comes in um oh, it looks like little rocks, but it's a kind of an amber color, and so I really have to do a lot of grinding to grind it down to a powder form, and yet it's inconsistent. And I'll be using my pouch and it'll be like, well, it doesn't seem like it's coming out. And it's because there are still some particles that are too large to get through the fabric. And so I just take those and put them back into my mortar and pestle and grind them down further to a finer powder form. So yeah, you're running into something there. And the thing is, don't use that mortar and pestle for anything else. You just need a small one, and use one that's a ceramic, because there's it abrades things. Don't use a glass one. Don't use a fancy marble one, but you can go online and get them anywhere on Amazon cheap. But I'm glad you said that. Yeah, that's going to attend to. Have you used the sand rack before?
No, I don't know how. I haven't.
Okay. Yeah. So, by the end of tomorrow, maybe you can give us some feedback on the way you felt about it.
Yeah, for sure. I think I can already feel the difference just in a few strokes. So
One of the things you can do is, like, maybe part of the page do Sanderac and part of the page not do Sanderac, and see if you feel a difference there, and trust yourself in terms of your feeling. Okay.
Great idea.
I'd love to have some feedback from there. So, okay, here we go, guys. We're going to be doing the bottom of page 12. And whenever you're looking at an exemplar, try to have the exemplar as close as possible physically to the page you're lettering on. Because not only will you get the letter forms more correct, you'll get the spacing more correct. If you're actually doing a piece, you're actually more apt to get the spelling right too. Can I do this bigger? Yeah, here we are. So let's see what we have here. You know what? I want to do something here. Sometimes it's best to show the pressurized letter forms done with a nib that has no ink in it whatsoever. So I'm just going to take this Mitchell nib right here, and I want to show you what this might look like. This is not the right size, but in terms of pressurizing it, you get the ink flowing by going back and forth a little jiggle as you normally do, and then you pressurize it, and then as you come down, you're aiming towards the midpoint to have those two prongs snap shut, and then you re-begin splaying them apart till at the bottom they're splayed apart as much as they were at the top. And then to get as crisp an ending as possible, you roll to the left and let those two prongs snap shut. Now, for those of you who do pointed pen, when you do your fix, you have to do pressure and release. And so with this, pressure, release, pressure, roll to the right and snap shut, that's a device you use with pointed pen as well to get the crisp ending. But with a broad edge nib, you have a lot of ink on there. And so don't be too discouraged if when you get to the bottom and you roll to the left and snap shut, it's not real crisp. Very often we have to tidy it up, and I'll show you how to do that. So seeing it without the ink, first of all, kind of helps you to see the action as to what's going on, we hope. And so here we go. Get the ink flowing, squeeze, pressure, releasing all the way. Reapply the pressure. Roll to the left, snap shut. Okay. Now I had more ink on there than I wanted, so I didn't get as crisp a stroke as I wanted. So I'll try it again. I have a little less ink on it. Pressure. Releasing. Pressure. I'm certainly not warmed up yet. I'm not where I want to be. So let's do a few of these, maybe 4 or 5. And the slower you go, the better it is. And you'll notice that when I start, the top right-hand corner of the broad edge nib is just touching the top of the guideline. And then when I finish, the bottom left-hand corner of the broad edge nib is just touching the guideline at this point. I'll do one more. Make sure you have a very flat pen angle. I would say it's closer to 25 degrees. That is even flatter than the 30 degrees you were using before. So let's do this. Now I'm going to ever so slightly pierce through the guidelines when I do the real letters. So when I do the letter I, it'll be this. Try to pierce through the top and the bottom. With the letter L, we're going to have little stubs for ascenders and descenders. Our ascenders are going to be maybe a nib to a nib and a half tall. Very, very short. And a lot of times I'll take the corner of the nib and try to draw that as crisp as possible, because as I said, with a broad edge nib, even though you're rolling to the left and snapping those prongs shut, you're bringing down a big bulb of ink, and it's often not as crisp as you'd like. So while it's still nice and wet, you can take the corner of your nib and draw it as crisp as you possibly can. Okay. Let's do a letter T. With the letter T, we're barely going to pierce through the line and do our pressure, release pressure. And then, of course, flatten the pen angle out. Ride the underside of the guideline. There's your T. I studied this summer with Herman Zopf at Rochester Institute of Technology. There are 16 of us from around the world. And this is the one thing that we practiced the most that summer, was the pressurizing of letter forms. A lot of Roman caps. I went home and for probably about 6 months, I concentrated on that. And then I finally felt kind of good about doing pressurized Romans. Letter T. Okay, now let's go into the N family. With the letter N, watch what I'm going to do here. Watch me start to finish do this letter. Now I'm going to do a steep pen angle, embedded into it, very short, with some pressure. And now here's my second stroke. Okay, guys, I did 2 things here. I pressurized it. What else did I do to those verticals? It's very subtle.
On the right side, you kicked it out a little bit to the right.
Well, actually, what I did on both of them, I bent them just a little bit.
Hmm.
This one ever so slightly in this direction, this one ever so slightly in that direction. I probably did that one more than I wanted to, but it's very subtle. So I'm giving you the option of saying, if you want to do that, you can. But once again, just the sheer act of doing the pressurizing is overwhelming. And so you can, if you just pressurize them, you're doing a lot. But when you see what's going on here, if it doesn't look like what you're doing, it's because I am doing a little bend to them. Okay? It makes it a little more dynamic. So I'll do another one while you're doing yours. Okay. Now, if we, let's go ahead and do an H next, because there's a great deal of kinship there. And of course, we have a little stub for an ascender for the H. Pressure release, pressure. And then when you do this move right here, give a little oomph to it so it has enough weight to it. And then once again, pressure release, pressure. And that bend should be so subtle that people will look at it and go, are you bend? What are you talking about? What bend? Now then, when we try to integrate this into what's happening with the N and the H into the M, the vertical in the middle of the M is going to be straight, no bend to it. So the M is going to go like this.
Reggie, are you only pressurizing on the downstroke and not on the diagonal, or am I missing
Yeah,
something.
I'm pressurizing consistently here to give it enough weight. Otherwise, it won't have enough mass to it. So I'm squeezing hard on these diagonals. And it's not pressure release, it's just pressure to make them thicker.
Okay, okay, so it is, okay, got it, thank you.
So let's go ahead after the M and do the letter B. Stubby little ascender. And then the letter P. As I come across here, I usually don't land exactly where I want to. So I'll often pull up short, knowing that because I have this wet ink here, I can take the corner of my nib and draw the kind of juncture I want right there. We'll do the letter R. And have this coming out a little more horizontally. And then pull off the bottom corner of the nib. I really have to be careful with these and kind of tap off my nib more than I normally do to get the excess ink off, because it's real hard to get a crisp beginning with too much ink to begin with. I'm going to go down to the next writing line. Over. And right here with the O family, everything right here we started with our vertical, we pierced the top and bottom guideline. For the letter O, we won't do that. We'll start just about a half a nib below the guideline. Do pressure, release, pressure, and stop about a half a nib above the guideline. So then right here, once again, if I press hard with that short diagonal, and at the top, like the bottom, overlapping, and a hard pressure there. Then I can come back over here and overlap and do pressure, release, pressure, and get the shape I want. And when you do that kind of a shape, you can see the little bit of a bend a little more decisively. But you want to keep it subtle. It's really drives you crazy. So from the O, then we'll do the letter C. There. And we'll elongate that chin some, give it the old Kirk Douglas chin. And then as we did at the top of the R, we're going to overlap. And we're not going to come down as steeply, not quite. And then pull off the bottom corner. So you have that little pull away there. A little pull away draws the eye inward to the body of the letter. Little trick. And then we're going to do the letter E, much like the C. Start below the line. Pressure, release, pressure. Overlap. And then pull down steeply. Give it that. And then we flatten our pen out and do our crossbar. I would say this, that most people think when they pull out the crossbar on anything like the E right here or the T or the F, they are attempting to make it dead straight across. And in doing so, more often than not, unintentionally, they wind up making it go downward. And it looks a little bit unhappy or pessimistic. So whenever you're doing these crossbars, try to give a little bit of a lift to them. You'll be surprised that even when you're trying to lift them, then sometimes they just wind up being straight. So be forewarned, it's something that happens. There's our O family. Let's do our A's. So for the letter A, start a little below the line like the letter O. Pressure, release, pressure. Good squeeze right there. Overlap again up here. Squeeze. And then flat pen angle, slide here with pressure. Release. Pressure. And then a diagonal. We'll do a U, and with the letter Q, same thing as the A. There. And there. Pen angle, squeeze. Flatter pen angle, you can slide in there with pressure. Release. Pressure as you go through the guideline. Okay, we're going to do that letter G instead of the letter D. So we're going to cheat. We're not going to start slightly below the guideline, but actually slightly above the guideline. Pressure. Release. Pressure. Give a hard squeeze on the diagonal, rebound. And then because we started up a little bit higher, we can place the nib over here, give it pressure and release all the way, let go. And then right here, pressure, release, pressure. And by starting slightly higher than the rest of the letters, we can get away with that horizontal sweep. Gives it some energy, that shape. Then we'll do the G. So just like the letter A, we start slightly below the guideline. Pressure, release, pressure, hard diagonal, rebound up on top, overlap, steep pin angle, hard diagonal, and then up here, flat pin angle, slide to the left, pressure, release. What did I do, guys? I cheated. What did I do to that last stroke of the G? Long about the last half of it. Come on. Trust yourself. From here,
You open it up, like twisted it to the right.
I did.
And
I swung it out more than I did any of the other of these. If you look at the interior counter, this is almost a straight line inside all of these. But right here, you can see just a little bit of a sway going on, but it has to be understated. It has to be so much as like, wait, is there something different there? It should be that subtle. And so there's just this little bit of it's real appealing, the little bit of a curvature there. I don't even like to say curve because it's so understated. Just a little bit of a sway. Okay. If you build that in there, it works nicely. But like so many of the other things here, it's so subtle. It's just those first 1,000 that are difficult. So there's our A family. Let's go ahead and do a letter U. So with the letter U, we treat it like an upside down letter N. Pressure, release, pressure, hard squeeze on the diagonal, and then pressure, release, pressure, and what we're going to do, guys, with the letter Y is we're going to cheat the way we did on the letter G. We start off as if it's a U, like this. And then we do this, like the letter U. But then, unbeknownst to people, we build in that little bit of a sway. And it's really, really nice. And so let's go ahead and do, since we're doing those, let's do the V and the W. So with the V and the W, we're going to do this. Starts out looking like a letter U. There. But then again, we're going to do this. A little motion to the left with pressure, release, pressure, and maybe we slide into that. So maybe there's a little bit of movement to it. Kind of exaggerated it there, but. So if we do that to the letter V, when we make the double V, we'll call it a W. It behaves the same way. Okay. Let's do the letter K. So once again, we just got these stubby little cylinders here. Have this little bend in it. Then up here, almost like the bowl of the E. Then I flatten out my pen angle and watch what I do. Come straight, and I go from no pressure to pressure. Pretty hard edge there. Lots of angularity to it. With the letter J, I go like this: pressure, release. I begin moving to the left and then applying pressure. It's a way of thinking it through slightly differently. If I would have thought pressure, release, pressure, and then pull to the left, look how awkward that would look. So we have to kind of do a little different mindset here. So instead of pressure, release, pressure, pull to the left, we have to go pressure, release, begin pulling to the left with some pressure. And then that shifts it in a way that looks appropriate. Got a lot of them here. I guess we should just go ahead and do the letter S. And with the letter S, I go from a little pressure to none. And then I'm going to come across harshly right here. I'm going to go from no pressure to a little bit of pressure there. I'm going to come up here. I'm going to give a hard diagonal that pulls off on the bottom corner. And I'm going to come here with a flat pin angle. I'm going to go no pressure to some pressure and steepening the nib and overlapping to keep it very compressed. A lot going on there. I'll do another one. I've made this one more angular than what's on the exemplar a little bit. The key is with that horizontal to keep it abbreviated. So I start out, I give it a little pressure to no pressure, and then I do a very brief horizontal. And from there, I go no pressure to pressure, bending out some with a flat pin angle. I can let go right there if I want. And then on the top, I have a very steep pin angle. I overlap. I give it a hard diagonal and pull away on the bottom corner. And most of those are done quickly because they're so small. And then with that tail that has just the least bit of bend to it, I start out with a flat pin angle with no pressure. As I rotate down there, steepening the pin angle and applying pressure, then when I overlap at the bottom, I let go. Got that. One of the ways in any set of letter forms where it's a real challenge to keep letters compressed enough, especially like with the letter S, if you can think of something like this. If you think of the letter S like as a letter O with a crossbar, then if you would erase this part and some of that part, you'd have the letter S. sometimes that helps you in conceiving how much you have to keep it narrow. And then I don't have many letters left here. We're going to go to the letter X. And with our letter X, we can go ahead and do a slab serif, a very small one, but then we're going to go.
Off screen,
Whoops.
sorry.
Thank you. We can do a
I
very.
couldn't find my mute button.
We're going to do a little slab serif here, not much, very abbreviated. And then we'll do a pressure, release pressure. And then as if it were a letter E or a C right there. Here, almost like the top of an R. And then that little crazy pull away stroke. Made that one too long. And then our crossbar. And then not doing really too much with this letter Z, much like what we've done before. A little bit of pressure and release to this first stroke with a steep pin angle. Flatter pin angle goes from no pressure to a little bit of a pressure. Lastly, we push up and we give a no pressure to pressure and then spring off the lead corner. And then give it the crossbar. Okay. So let's do this. Let me check something out here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys have mastered pressurized Gothic right now. I'm probably going to give you a choice that'll paralyze you. If you look at this page right here, our little sampler. So far, we've done the straightforward texture right there on that gray band. Right here in the middle, we're going to be doing some pressurized letter forms. If we use the same nib that we were just using the C2, I'm going to show you the difference. This right here is the C2, and they're much more lighter weight than the ones that are up here. The ones that are up here are basically the C0. I want you to go back to the C0, and we're going to do this area right here with our pressurized letter forms. And I mean, you've copied this, so you can have this right in front of you. You don't have to be looking up at the screen. So have this in front of you. And so far, this is all we've done so far on our sheet, our sampler sheet. So it's going to be in this rectangle here that we're going to be doing these pressurized forms. Okay. And as you can see, in order to fit some representative letters in there, some have been skipped. So you might want to follow that model right there. So I would like you to take away your C2 and replace it with the nib you were using earlier, the C0, in order to get the same weight or close to the same weight as what's on the sampler here. Follow? You guys okay?
Yep.
Well, actually, basically what's going on here is this. You're going, yes, cognitively, I understand exactly what you're saying, but emotionally, I'm having a nervous breakdown. Okay? So you're operating on two different levels right there because these letters are so demanding. So what I'm going to do is make sure that I have my writing pad. I'll still use my hand guard. I've got my sampler here to copy from. I'll put it in as close proximity as I can to the paper I'm lettering on. And then I'll start.
But would you recommend to practice on like this big pen and other paper?
Yeah, I'm using the C0 right now on this paper. It's the same nib we started with the Textura and Fractura.
But would you recommend to practice somewhere else rather than that good?
You know, when you're beginning to talk, there's something about your sound where you're breaking up like the first 2 or 3 words. So if you could say like hot dog, and then say what you want to say.
I want to say, because we've been practicing with number 2, and it's kind of uncomfortable to start with a bigger nib. Should I practice on another piece of paper before I start doing this
You know what?
display?
If you want to use the C2 on here, you can do it. But as I wanted to point out to you, when I used the C2 here on a practice page right here, they did look more spindly, but you can do it. You can do it. You can use the C2 right there if you'd like to.
Reggie, this is Chrisanne. I think she's wondering if she should practice on another sheet of paper to get used to the C0 again before jumping in on the nice paper.
That would be wonderful if we had time. And so what I'm asking you to do right now is very, very unfair because, jumping back from the C2 to the C0 is extremely uncomfortable. And I know that it's a lot to ask. So you've got a choice. You can still use the C2 and it's going to look this kind of a weight instead of this kind of a weight. So, I mean, you can be satisfied with this if you want to using the C2. But if you can make yourself go back to the C0 and get it stronger like that, then go ahead and do it. But what I would tell you is this, you're going to have opportunities in the future to make more copies of this design and fill it in later at a later date if you wish. So it's your choice right now. You could either use the C0 right here or the C2 right here, either one. It's your choice. Nobody's going to be looking at it. It's okay. I wish we had a whole day to practice each and every one of these lettering styles. But since we don't, once again, it's unfair to ask you to do this, but I'm asking you to do it. So. Good, 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 good. Set this aside, let it dry. Give it another minute, and however far you are, that's perfect. Whether you finish that square or not, that's fine. As you're working on this, finishing up or whatever, what questions do you have about what we're doing right here, right now?
Maybe not a question, but a comment.
Yeah, yeah.
You really have to decide, are you going to try to make them curve slightly or not?
Exactly.
You know, yeah.
You can't waffle on it. It's going to be yes or no. And at this point, just the sheer act of doing the pressurizing, I would say, if you can attempt to begin that, don't worry about patting your head and rubbing your stomach and juggling 3 porcupines at one time. I would say just whatever you're trying to do, dial it back. You know, do what is almost possible in the moment. And
Right.
okay, you know, I know that's there for the future. Maybe I'll try that in the future when they've got me locked up for manslaughter and I have a lot of time on my hands.
I've found that in trying to do some of the bends and the pressuring, my verticals are not very parallel to each other.
Right, right.
Chalking it up to, oh, it gives it life.
It's just so many things at one time. But one of the things that I want you to take away from this is whether you're actually able to do it or not able to do it is by having had exposure to it, actually having had your hand in it and your mind in it and your eye to see it. Then when you look in any of the calligraphic environs, whether it's letter arts review, bound and lettered, any kind of typefaces, this, that, or the other, you look at something and you go, oh, look at that right there. It swells at the top, it tapers towards the center, and it swells at the bottom. Oh, they did that with pressurizing. Okay. That's one of the ways you can. But that's one of the things that expands your consciousness of what you're able to see and figure out by having had exposure to it. And if you hadn't had exposure to it, you wouldn't have a clue as to what you're looking at or how it was done. And so, you know, some of this stuff, it's going to be usable right now. Some it may be usable in the near future, some down the road, or maybe not at all. But it's there for you to choose from. Once you've had exposure to it, then you have the ability to choose to use it or not. So I'm hoping that, once again, maybe you like the letter forms. If that's the case, that's a bonus. But the other thing is you're employing certain skills to do these forms that you can then recognize out and about when you're looking at other things. Okay? Makes you smarter. So.
Question, Rich.
Yes.
This is more on the downstroke. Let's say on the H or the M. Well, basically on all of them. You know, when you start applying more pressure, but it also, you see not the curve, but just the widening of the letters. But the fact that you're going down at an angle, the lower the lower left part of that stroke is the widest, but I think maybe it's a matter of having your pen really trained into, drawing down evenly on the page until you get to the bottom. You know what I mean? Where it's actually it's perpendicular to the surface. Like both sides of all the way across on the nib are touching, and it's really about the pressure that you're applying that enables you to do it in one stroke. Or it seems like a couple times I saw you kind of cleaning it up a little, maybe, which that happens. But what am I missing about the edge of the nib on the paper as you go down?
And tell me the letter that you were focusing on at that point.
The downstroke on the M.
Okay. So the downstroke on the downstroke on basically any verticals.
Yeah. Because maybe it's because there's that just ever so slight curve. I don't know, around the O. It just seems like you can only get so much width by maximizing your pressure, right? But because you've drawn it down at an angle, the bottom left.
Yeah, it wouldn't widen as much if you weren't bending it. But by having bent it, then the pin angle is coming out in such a way that it naturally widens, whether you would have been applying pressure or not. So,
okay.
So if I take something like this, and let's do an exaggeration, whether I'm applying pressure or not, if I do this,
You're a little out of view on the screen. There you go.
if I do this, and then this, by keeping my pen at the same angle all the time, then this is going to be wider naturally. If I do this with pen manipulation, there's going to be the same weight throughout. If I don't have a ink, But by that slight amount of pressure, but with a lot of pressure and a little bit of bend, then it's going to get wider there and there because it's pointing more of a maximum width of the size of the pen there and there. Right here, it's right here, I'm at this kind of an angle and this kind of an angle, which maximizes it. Right here, I'm at a kind of an angle where it's not quite maximized.
Right, I gotcha.
Okay.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Yeah, and this is a good time to point out that in order to get this tapered shape, you have 3 different ways of doing that. One can be pressurizing. Okay. Another can be, as they do in versals, multiple stroking.
Right.
And then thirdly, you could do it through pen manipulation. Preferably a whole lot better than me.
No, got it. That makes sense.
So when you're looking at letter forms that have this tapered effect, they could have been done in any of these 3 ways. However, once you have done pressurized lettering, once you have done versals, once you have done pressurizing, once you have done multiple stroking, once you have done pen manipulation, you can look at those letters, and especially if they tell you the scale that they're done at, you can pretty much figure out which way it was done. And then, of course, there are certain calligraphers who are more famous for using a certain skill like that. Zopf is really famous for pressurizing. Some of the people like Anne Heckel, a lot of her stuff is done with multiple stroking. Arthur Baker was Mr. Pen manipulation. And so whether by knowing who the calligrapher is or just looking at the letter forms and if they inform you of the scale, you'll know that one might be more possible than the other.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Thank you.
Good. So here's what we're going to do, guys. I'm going to say it's 5 minutes earlier than we anticipated. I want to stop here because then the last section will have more continuity to it if we stop here. So you've got a 10-minute break starting right now. Are you ready, Sally? Okay, she's putting the big timer on.
Ready?
Going to hit us
What'd you
with
say, 10?
10 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys go
Stop
outside.
the recording.
Oh, yeah.
Reggie, can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
On that Roman numerals 12 exemplar,
Yes.
you have more condensed pressurized letters. What's
You mean right here?
what's the size of interlinear space?
That's such a good question because that's what we're going to do when we come back from break.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to do that
Yeah.
one. All right. All right. Then I'll see you in 10 minutes and we'll be specializing in that. Thank you. There we are. Okay. Who was the person who asked me the question just before break?
I think it was Alexandra regarding interlinear space, I think.
Alexandra? Are you there? Are you back? Uh-oh, busted. We'll get you when you get back. That's okay. But Sally, you want to pin me?
Yep, you're right. Oh, where are you? There you are.
There we are. Okay. So yes, we were just doing the fourth variation on this page right here. And this was, I'll call it a simplified version of pressurized blackletter Gothic. And so when you're doing pressurized letter forms, the taller the vertical space you have to say to yourself and follow in suit physically, pressure, release, pressure, the more success you usually have with it, the shorter vertical space you have, it's a greater challenge. And so on that page that I showed you in your handouts, let me see if I can go back to it real quick. I don't know. Everything gets all a jumble here. Somehow, I just don't know how it does that. I had shown it in the slides, and this is part of that page that I'd shown you. It's so much to learn from this with these alphabets here and over here, especially where there's greater and greater and greater overlap of the letter forms and squeezing out of the white counter space and all sorts of things happening here. And so we're going to take what we were just doing in what I would call a simplified or standardized version of pressurized blackletter. And we're going to compact that even greater into this set of letter forms right here, which I call chatter, because to me, it looks like they're just chattering to each other, this little group of people just chattering away, okay? So we're going to be doing this, keep this handy, and then we're going to be using, as it says here, the C2 nib. So you'll need to have that handy. And then we were doing this pressurized on this page right here. Okay. And as I told you that each and every one of these, as it started off for the pressurized, was 3/4 of an inch tall. Okay. And then this was interlinear space, and 3/4 of an inch, interlinear space, 3/4 of an inch. And if you wanted to, you could keep marking those down right there, down, 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 down. But I said right here, I had done something to prepare us for another set of letter forms we're going to be doing. And if we look right here, if I turn it this way, it's for chatter. And this is what we're going to have to do. This form of pressurized Blackletter we're going to be doing, chatter, is half the body height of what we were doing here. And so this is what we're going to need to do. Ruler, pencil. Let's see what we're going to need to do right here. If I take my ruler right here, what I can see is this. From here to here, this is 3/4 of an inch. So if I want to divide this in half, I have to go 3/8 of an inch. So here's 1/8, 2/8, or 1/4 of an inch, 3/8, right there. So if I make a mark 3/8 of an inch down here and go across over here and do the same thing, one eighths, 2/8, 3/8. Then I'll back away and I'll connect those little marks right there. So that this will be 3/8 of an inch and this will be 3/8 of an inch. I'm going to do that to 3 writing lines. That's all we will need. We won't need any more than that. So I'm going to go down to this next one right here and to the one below that, and essentially just be cutting those writing lines in half so that it's 3/8 and 3/8 of an inch. And so once again, I'll get closer as I do that, lest you forget. One eighth, 2/8, 3/8. The same thing right here. 1/8, 2/8, 3/8. And then I'll scoot it on down the line here. And do the same thing. 1/8, 2/8, 3/8. 1/8, 2/8, 3/8. Okay. Take your time. I'm going to place my pad of paper underneath this. I'm going to get my C2 nib. Make sure it's sloshed off. Ready to go. I may want to put another drop of water in each of my writing indent fluids here. Stir them up. I know they've been thickening up some, sitting there. I'll get my hand guard. Even if you only have 2 writing lines worth, that'll be enough. Okay. And then once again, I'm going to take my piece of paper and have this writing line that I'm copying from in as close a proximity as possible to the page I'm lettering on. And one of the ways you can do that is this. Instead of me having my handguard here, what I can do is I can take my exemplar. I can crease it right here. And this way I can use my exemplar simultaneously as my handguard, so that I will have the letters very close right here to where I'm copying right here. Okay. So I'll do that right now. So let's do this. Let's do a series of verticals just to try to get a little bit accustomed to this much shorter body height. And I guess I better get in closer here. So I'll start right here. And once again, you guys remind me if I'm on camera or not. Pressure, release, pressure. Boy, not much room to do that, huh? So let's do 3 or 4 letter I's. Remember, this is the page that we've already done the sandaracking on. So I hope it'll be as crisp as possible. Then after we do that, we'll do some of our ascenders that are basically just little stubs, maybe 1 to 1.5 nibs taller. And then we'll do a couple letter T's. Remember, we're trying to always ever so slightly pierce through the top and bottom guidelines with our strokes. So there's our verticals. Let's start with the in family now. Here we go. And once again, let's have letter forms almost barely touching each other, as if it's one continuous run-on word. So with the letter in, pressure, release, pressure. And if you want to try to bend them, you can, but you don't have to. Give a good squeeze for your diagonal. And pressure, release, pressure. Let's do a letter H. And then an M. Let's do a B. Then the letter P. And there's no way you can fit these letters inside these guidelines unless you do a lot of overlapping, which squeezes out a lot of the interior counter space, making it all denser. Letter R. Pulling out just barely, then pulling off the corner on the inside. Let's go to the O family. Start a little below the guideline. Pressure, release, pressure. Overlap. Hard squeeze. Overlap at the top. Hard squeeze. Overlap coming down. The letter C, like the letter O, begin here. Pressure, release, pressure. Let's pull that chin out. There. And like the top of the R. Let's do the E. Then we'll go to the A family. Start off like an O. Let's do the Q.
But in this shorter form on the C, you're still like when you're doing it, you have to think about Michael Douglas chin.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And hold on a second. And this is Alexandra? Did you just ask the question, Alexandra?
Yeah, I was in this shorter version of
Yeah.
pressurized. When you do C and E, you
Yes.
still keep thinking about Michael Douglas elongated chin.
Yeah, Kirk Douglas. Kirk Douglas, like
Ah,
in
okay.
Spartacus, you know. Yeah, just a little bit. It's not too exaggerated. It aids in the legibility of it. Okay.
Okay.
Now hold on a second. I want to compare something. Beth, are you still there? Unmute yourself, Beth.
I am quietly working away.
Okay, I want you to ask me, when you're doing that, are you thinking about Kirk Douglas's chin? Say that, please.
I haven't thought about Kirk Douglas in years. I do not want to lie about it.
Okay, so because I needed to hear that because I'm getting you and Alexandra's accents confused. Every
Well,
time
I
you're
don't
talking,
have
I'm
one,
thinking
Reggie.
it's Alexandra, and every time Alexandra talks, I'm thinking it's Beth. You guys are
But
so
I don't have one. So I don't know what the problem is.
okay. Okay. Here we go. Now I'm really
Over here, minding my own business.
where the heck was I anyways? Okay, I guess we're in the A family right here. And we're gonna do the D. And of course, when we do that D, we gotta cheat again by making that first stroke a little higher up than the others. And then we can come over here with that steep pin angle and sweep sideways and let go. And then pressure, release, pressure. Then we can do the G. And we'll give that little sway in there. Just like that. Isn't that neat? So that's the A family. I'm going to have to go down to the next writing line. So after the A family, let's go ahead and do a letter U. And with the letter U, got our pressure, release, pressure. Hard diagonal. And pressure, release, pressure. And then what we just did, that little sway in the descending part of the G, we can build that into the letter Y as well. So we start off as if it's the letter U. And then we can do this little bit of motion, not much. Like that. Better if it's understated. So since we're at it, we can go ahead and do the letter V, which starts out like a U. And then once again, we slide to the left, pressure, release, pressure. And for the W, nothing new here. Yeah. Let's do an X like this, where there's just a little bit of a bend going into the descender, going into a bend like that. Top of the letter C or R right there. And the pull away. Real flattened nib to do the crossbar. Then we'll do our Z the same way, very compacted. There, 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 there. Then we'll need to go back and do some of the letters in between in the middle of the alphabet, such as the K. Bowl, very much like the letter E. Flatten nib right here. No pressure, some pressure. By the way, guys, one of the things I will tell you is this. Tonight, I'll make a copy of the video and try and get it out as soon as possible tonight. It usually takes a few hours. But then any of the demonstrations that I do scans of those, and I put those on as attachments with the email that I send out with the video. So I realize that as years go by, I alter some of the things that I prefer in some of the letter forms. And so some of the letters I'm showing you here don't correspond necessarily with the letters that are on the exemplar that I did some time ago. And so you'll have both to choose from then. The J, pressure, release, start to move to the left with pressure. And then a way that we can fit the letter S in this space is a little trick right here. Watch this. We come down very short, and then instead of coming horizontally, we come up diagonally ever so slightly. So that allows us to go from no pressure to a little bit of pressure. We get a steep pen angle right here, and we just pull it that far. And then we start with a flatter pen angle and rotate it to a steeper pen angle so that it joins up like that. And once again, with all our letter forms, we're piercing them through the top and bottom guidelines ever so slightly. I think I got all the letters. Did I skip any? You guys can see. By putting them in families, to me, it makes a lot more sense to see the continuity of forms.
Yep.
But then every once in a while, I'll skip a letter unintentionally. But I think we got them.
How about the letter F?
Letter F, very good. Okay, missed it. Okay, so all it is both ascender and descender, stubby as it is. Pressure, release pressure. There you go. Okay. So, got those. I'm going to set this one aside that we've been writing on. And now we're going to put before us our paper that we've been lettering on here, our sampler. And if we look at what's going on here, we can see that we've got our chatter going across here. And I kind of gave you a break with it, guys. Instead of it being 3/8 of an inch tall, it's actually 4/8 of an inch tall, a half an inch. So it gives you a little more room to do these with. So it might feel a little more comfortable, I hope. Okay. So if you will take the color copy that you have, and you can kind of hold it like this, maybe, then you can copy the letters as they are here on yours. Any questions? Okay, here we go. Because we're doing this, and then we're doing one more set of letter forms that we're doing really good on time, guys. We've done really good. So take your time with this. You don't have to hurry. Now, it looks to me like I'm not going to be able to fit these precisely the same. So do your best to mimic whatever's on there. You may have to skip a few letters. And since you won't be able to fit all the letters into this band here of red, you can choose which ones you want to be representatives and which ones you want to skip. Once again, hopefully, it's amazing how in each case we've just used black ink. And in each case, we've lettered on a background that is a different color. And it makes that black ink appear different in each case. And it's in each case, it's a little bit different example of diminished contrast. And so this is what you got so far. Okay. You know what? You sort of get a bonus. You get things a little more organized here. Okay. We got one last set of letter forms that we're going to go through today, and I thought that we would only have enough time for me to demonstrate them. But no, that's not the case, because you guys were way beyond great expectations. We are going to have a chance to do them together. They won't be on this page right here, our sampler page. So we can set that aside and let it dry for the day. And we'll be coming back to this tomorrow and adding some things on it. So we're setting that aside. And I'm going to ask you to take out in your handouts Roman numeral 1x. That would be 9. And it looks like this. And down below the calligraph letter forms, it says the word spur. That's what I call this version of these pressurized letter forms. And they're very peculiar because they have not only the pressurizing going on and some overlapping going on, but they overlap and they diverge in a certain way that makes it peculiar. If you're not familiar with having done these, seeing them elsewhere, it's like, well, how did that happen? How did it get that way? And so this is the final one here of the day that we'll be looking at and doing something a little different skill-wise with it. Lots of overlap with what we've done, but then something just a little far beyond it as well. And we should have enough time to go through at least most of the alphabet, okay? So this is the exemplar you'll have. And as it says right here, it's a C0 nib. So we're going with the big boy again. I'll set this aside momentarily. So you've got your nib, the C0, you've got your black ink, and then the page you're going to be using. If you go back to this page right here, I was hoping you do it more than just one copy of each one. It's the one which at the top told you that this is a page that's going to be lined up both for pressurized and for chatter, and we've done those, and for spur. Now then, on the exemplar right here, it says the body height for spur is 10 little squares tall. Many times I was teaching this when we were working just on the grid pad, and 10 little squares tall is 1 1/4 inches. And so on this sheet of paper right here, this pre-lined sheet, if you go from here, the interlinear space, and then here, that body height, and here, the interlinear space, all three of these together are 1 1/4 inch. And so if we go 1 1/4 inch here, and then skip a whole writing line here, and go 1 1/4 inch here, and skip a whole writing line here, and go 1 1/4 inch here, skip a whole writing line here, go 1 1/4 inch here, skip a whole writing line, and you have 1 1/4 inch there at the bottom. And so that's how we'll use this piece of paper to letter on with this variation of pressurized letter forms called spur. Okay. So once we have that piece of paper in front of us, there's our buddy, our pouch of gum sanderac.
Hey, Reggie, if we still have a good portion of that first sheet
Oh,
available.
yeah, go
going-
ahead. By all means, yeah, use whatever you can efficiently.
Thanks.
I just didn't want to confuse you. I wanted this to be as clear as possible. And so after the gum sander act, snap it off. Puff up from the front. And we got this. I've got my exemplar as close as possible. And once again, in fact, what we can do is this. Let's do this again. Let's take our exemplar and we can just hold it slightly beneath the guidelines we have here. And we can use that both for our exemplar and our handguard simultaneously. So that we can, if we just jog it a little bit to the left right here, then whatever letter form we're looking at, we can go, okay, I'm going to do a letter I, here's a letter I, I'm going to do the letter L, here's a letter L. So we're not covering up with our hand. The letter we're doing will be jogged off to the left a little bit. Okay, let me get. Basically, I've put these nibs on different pen handles, so it's easier to just grab one or the other. Right now, guys, I have to pause for just a moment. I'm going to take a toothbrush right here, an old toothbrush, and scrub my nib just a little bit. I let some ink dry up on it. And I don't want to fuss with it being dried up on there. Okay, that's better. So, okay, what I want you to see is this. In this version of pressurized lettering, a curious thing happens. I'm going to start right here for the letter I. Let me see if I can get both of them on the page at one time. May have to back off a little bit. For the letter I, I'm going to start right here. Pressure, release, pressure, and pull away into this spur over here. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back up here, about halfway up the letter form, and I'm going to come down here. As I'm coming down, I'm pressurizing and I'm twisting the nib this way and springing off it. So that if you didn't know how this was done, you'd look at this right here and you go, wait a second, something's not right here. How did that get that way? And that's how that got that way. And in as much as you might think, oh, this is just one peculiar little example of some quirky alphabet, this is something you're going to see a lot once you start looking at things. And you go, oh, wait a second, I hadn't seen that before. That's how they did that. So that when we do something like the letter L, I think I'm going to have to back away just a little bit right here to get this all on here. So when we do something like the letter L, and I start right here, pressure, release, pressure, pulling towards that spur. Then I come back up here, and I'm coming this way with pressure, and then altering the pen angle to be steeper. I get that. So with this stroke right here, I'm just overlapping here. I'm pulling in this direction, and I'm doing pen manipulation from flatter to much steeper, so it's very spiky, and I'm adding pressure and rebounding off into that hairline. There's a few things going on at one time. Hold on just a second. I want to ask, there's a lot happening here, and sometimes, hey, Deb, are you there? Are you still there, Deb?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, was it was it last year when you were trying this, that you did all these things at once, that you fell off the chair and broke your hip?
That was it.
Yeah, guys, be careful. This is a cautionary tale. You don't want this to happen to you, what happened to Deb. It was really embarrassing. Deb, are we lying or not?
No.
No,
Yes, we're lying.
we're lying. We're
I
lying.
love these little spurs though.
I know. They're habit forming. Okay. And it's like, if you want to write anything out, write Halloween with this. It looks spooky. Okay. So, anyways, let's go back to this. Thank you, Deb, for the nonsense. I appreciate it. So let's go ahead and do some letters. Okay. So let's go ahead and do another letter I and L, just so that we can build our confidence up here. And you guys tell me when I'm on camera or not. So it's pressure, release, pressure, pulling this way off into that spur. And if you don't get it as crisp as you'd like, use the wet ink in the corner of your nib to draw that. Set it back up here. Come on down towards this way. And as you're coming this way, you're doing two things. You're pressurizing it and you're steepening the pin angle. And when you hit the bottom there with that steep pin angle, rebound off into that hairline. And then let's do another letter L. And again, pressure, release. Pressure, pulling away into that spur. And then here we go, a flatter pin angle to a steeper pin angle and pressurizing so that it's really sharp and spiky and pull away into the hairline. So let's go into the N family. Actually, let's just go ahead and do a letter T right away. With the letter T, it's going to be right about here. Pressure, release, pressure, pull away into the spur, come back up with a flatter pin angle, rotate to a steeper pin angle with pressure, rebound off the baseline, and then if this is the letter I and then the letter T, we'll give our crossbar right about there. We'll do a letter N. Starts off like an I. Don't let this get too far over to the right. Otherwise, it's going to close up some of the counter space. I might have gone too far there. So now with this, I kind of do this little thrown stroke back and forth, making that a little more husky. And then I can do that squeeze. And then I'll come on over here and I'll slide to the left, giving it pressure, release, pressure. And as I'm doing that, what I'm doing is this. I'm looking at this right-hand side of my nib, and I'm trying to make this stroke as straight as possible on the inside of the letter N, so that as I'm doing pressure, it's pressurizing to the outside of that stroke. If it gets too wiggly on the inside, it loses it. So we can do the letter M. Pressure, release, pressure, pulling away into the spur, and then flatter pin angle to steeper, pressurizing all the way, rebound off that steep pen angle. And once again, this is a little more successful right here. I didn't pull over to the right as much as I did on the letter N. That was excessive. And so now when I kind of do this rocking stroke right here, I'll skiing it up, and then I do my hard pressure on the diagonal. Now I can go pressure, release pressure. I'm trying to make it as straight as possible within as even amount of pressure on both sides as possible. And then up here, this is not a new C0 nib, and part of it's giving out. One of the prongs on it is splaying apart, giving out, giving up the ghost. Steep pin angle back and forth, do that. And then we slide into it with pressure. And I'm looking at the interior counter, trying to make it as straight as possible. And I'm doing pressure, release pressure, so that whatever pressurizing is happening to the outside of that stroke. And then we can do letter H here. And obviously these are all pretty short ascenders. You can lengthen them if you would like. Once again, try not to pull this over to the right too much, otherwise it'll clutter up the counter space. And do the same thing with the H as you did with the letter N, in that when you're coming down here, try to make the left-hand side of the nib make a very straight line, and whatever pressurizing is happening to the outside of that vertical shape. Let's do the letter R. And with that letter R, pretty simple. In new here, here, and here. And once again, we don't want to make this go down too steeply diagonal. We can pull out a little more horizontally. I like to go very rapidly from no pressure to some pressure and pull off the inside corner of the nib. And if you do that quickly, you get something like that. But if you're trying to talk your way through it and explain it, it doesn't work as well. Let's go ahead and do letter B. Pressure, release, pressure, pull away into the spur. And then you can even steepen the nib right here when you set it down. Then you won't have to do so much manipulation, rotation. And up here, steep pin angle, go over it several times, hard diagonal. And then once again, you can slide this way to pressure, release, pressure sliding into that bottom stroke. With the letter P, pressure, release, pressure. And you have the option of pulling into this spur or just keeping it a straight I'll do this for this one right here. On the exemplar, you can see I simply did a pressurized stroke coming down. Could keep it simpler, but you have the option. And then you do the drone stroke here, making it thicker, hard diagonal. Slide here, pressure, release, pressure coming down. And then you can come this way. You can arc this way a little bit if you wish. It's up to you aesthetically which one you like better in the context of that moment when you're doing the lettering, whatever's on the exemplar or whatever I just showed you here. Let's go over here. We'll do some of the O shapes. And so for the letter O here, try to get closer. I'll start right here. Pressure, release. Pressure, pull into that spur. And then come on down, pressurizing, rotating this way, rebound. At the top, steep pin angle, hard pull down here diagonally, and then a flat pin angle slides this way with pressure, release, pressure, and slide into that stroke there, giving you Das dimple. And then in doing the letter C, much the same thing going on. Pressure, release, pressure, pull into that spur. And then set your nib up here. And you're going to rotate that nib from a flatter to a steeper pin angle, pressurizing all along and rebounding up. And then up here, steep pin angle. Go from a little pressure to some pressure, and you're pulling it out much more like the R, a little more horizontally, not quite as diagonally, like this, and pull off the bottom corner. You'll get something like that. Guys, I know you must be exhausted, but I am really happy we're having time to actually have you go through this along with me, rather than just having the little time that we might have had for me to just demonstrate it.
I can tell it's been a long day and I'm learning a lot, but I'm starting to see my letter P looks like it's running, and some of my other letters look like a witch's boot or
Yeah.
so I'm thinking a cartoon here is in the making.
These things happen when we get a little tired, you know, a little slap happy. So, okay, with the letter E, much the same thing happening here. We got our pressure, release, pressure into that spur. And then, once again, you don't have to put this down at such a flat pin angle. Sometimes when you try to do that, you wind up, inadvertently putting it down on one side or the other. Because you know you're going to be steepening it, you can set it down a little steeper than you normally would. And then when you come this way with pressure, you're still steepening it more before you rebound there. And then come up here. And now you are coming down more steeply to form the bowl of the E. And then a flattened pin angle to do the crossbar that you might want to give a little bit of lift to. You know what? Let's go ahead and do the letter F right there, just so we can see how those crossbars have some continuity. So with the letter F here, I'm not doing any kind of spur to it. I'm just going to go pressure, release, pressure. And then steep pen angle and come out as you would on the C or the R. And then you can see how this works together. So if you have that letter combination, it's kind of nice. Pulling together like that. So then we'll go to the A family. And with the letter A, start off like the O, right here. So with this alphabet, when you have two verticals, as you do on the N or the A or the O, many of those in the N family, on that second stroke right there, you really are trying to keep your eye on that left-hand edge and keep this stroke to the inside and the interior as straight as possible, so that when you are doing the pressurizing, whatever swelling is happening is swelling to the outside of that stroke. There's the A. Let's do the Q. What's that? Once again, if you want to throw these little guys in there, something that I learned from Neugebauer, it can work. Then with the D, we wind up cheating a little because instead of starting right here, we start up higher. There. And there. And then here. And then this is where we really have a steep pen angle. We give it some pressurizing, sweep across this way, letting go of the pressure the whole way to right there. And then right here, you can come a little sliding to the left with pressure, release, pressure, and slide into the bottom there. I don't know how many of you remember the Our Gang series with Alfalfa and his cowlick. Is what I want you all to avoid, Alfalfa's cowlick kind of twanging up here. And so we have the G, pressure, release, pressure, let go into the spur, come here, rotating into a steep pen angle, rebounding up. And over here, overlapping with a steep pen angle, hard diagonal coming down. And then slide to the left, pressure, release, pressure, and yeah, I cheated because I did a little bit of a sway right there. But when you do that, you have to underdo it. It can't be all that noticeable. Let's do letter K. Nice letter. Pressure, release, pressure into the serif, into the spur, and then come this way, steepening the pin angle as you're pressurizing and rebound. And then thicken it up right there, almost like the bowl of the E. Now I did pull this over too far to the right at the bottom, so I'm going to try to make this as narrow as I would like to have it, but I have to compensate for the fact that I did pull this so too far over to the right there. It's a bit cluttered. I don't like that. We'll do the J. Very plain. Now, yesterday I got an email. It was from Joyce, and she made a special request that at the end of the day, that after having gone through the alphabet, this spur alphabet, that we do a somewhat lengthy quote in it. And so it will probably take us an additional 45 minutes or so, but just I think we owe it to Joyce to, say, yeah, we can do those extra 45 minutes. We got plenty of energy left. What do you think, Joyce? Should we all thank you? She didn't. She didn't. She just
Thanks, Joyce.
left. Elvis just left the building. She blotted herself out right there.
Way to go, Joyce.
She did not ask her that. She did not ask. I just wanted to kind of blast her there, wake her up. So okay, we'll do a few more letters, guys. We don't have that much longer to go. So I don't we'll do most of them, but I don't know if we get to all, but that's okay. Let's do a W. And so with our W right here, we're going to start off like this, nothing new, pressure, release, pressure into that spur. And then we can set it down, a little steeper than normal, but make sure we are manipulating the nib so that it gets very steep, and then we can rebound up out of it. And then if you want to, you can almost touch here and do a slight bit of a diagonal before you go pressure, release, pressure, and slide into that shape right there. And now I can come over here and steepen the pin angle as we did on the first one and rebound out of it. And then I'll come on over here. Flat pin angle, slide this way, pressure, release, and pressure. So in doing the W like this, we get a three-fer. We got 3 letters for the price of 1. We got the U, the V, and the W all compacted together. So that was pretty efficient. And then we're going to do something just crazy. Where did this come from? Where did this letter Y come from? I don't know, but I really like it. So it's pressure and release all the way. stopping right about there. And then we have a little bit of a lilting stroke, almost like you would have at the top of a Z. And then you have a little bit of this curvature here. On the exemplar, it's a little bit too curvaceous. It's too kind of like a bowl. Instead, just think of it almost like the tail of an S, where it starts out flatter and then it winds up steeper. Like that. You could always create a letter Y out of the letter U instead, but I like this option right here. I think it's pretty. We'll do our Z. In this case, I'm doing a little bend this way with a Z for a change. And then that. And then this. Then we'll do a letter S. That's going to be it. So I'm going to do a little pressure and release right here. I'm going to come over very harshly this way, but not very far. And then I can go from no pressure to some pressure. And I'm giving it a little bit of that sway to it. Like this. That's kind of an exaggeration. I did a little more than I wanted. But anyways, then we do what we're accustomed to here, flatter to steeper, keeping it compressed and overlapping at the bottom so we get that dimple shape. Then coming over here, overlapping, come on down, pull off the bottom corner. You get that. Yeah, so I overdid a little bit how much I wanted to build in there. I want to have a little bit of motion in there. And that's it. We got it. That is spur right there. Okay. So if you have an ounce of energy left in you, and there's no reason why you should, any comments or questions you want to, or if you just plain old want to vent and show how angry you are about this black letter, okay, go ahead, let her rip. This is your opportunity. No kidding, ask some questions right now, guys. This is our chance.
Rich, I have a question about when you're making the last stroke of like a B, for example, or the P or the O, you've got that little kind of horn or antenna coming off the right-hand side. And yours look beautifully dimensional. They're very pointy on the far right, and they have this nice thick base as they're joining into the vertical stroke.
Yeah.
And mine are just really anemic, and I'm not sure what's going on there. What do I need to do differently?
Yeah, it's really one thing, and it's universally the same always. And it's good, clean living will cure that.
Okay, well, I'm out of it then. You know, I'm out of the running.
No, it's a terrible answer. The answer is practice. It really is. One of the things I will tell you is this. When you're practicing an alphabet, okay, if you could possibly do this, there are a lot of copy shops you can go to that still will make transparencies for you. So let's say that you have my exemplar, okay? And you take my exemplar and you take it to the copy shop and you say, I want a transparency made of this. And so they make a transparency black toner on the clear transparency. You take it home, and now you take some red ink or gouache or watercolor, and you do the letters in red. Then when they dry, you take the transparency and place that atop the letter forms you're wanting to analyze. And all of a sudden, things start to jump out at you that you didn't see before. And this is something I recommend, not just with any letter forms that I teach, but with any letter forms you're trying to learn anywhere. The usage of a transparency to superimpose the top letter forms that you're doing suddenly gives you ability to see, oh God, why didn't I see it? I'm making it too thick there or too thin there. My pen angle's too steep. That's why these are too narrow. You can see things only so far. And then it becomes a 5-day-old sandwich. You just can't taste it anymore or see it anymore. And so as you get better at doing things, what you're doing incorrectly is more and more nuanced. And you need a set of eyes outside your own to see those subtle differences. And that transparency can be that set of eyes outside yourself that helps you see, oh, look at there. I'm starting to make that turn just a little too late or a little too soon. And so I would recommend, not for this alphabet, just this one, but for any alphabet, to have a transparency made of whatever set of letter forms you're trying to learn. So I think maybe if yours looks a little bit too heavy, then either you're probably coming out of it too late into the spur, or you're still pressing too hard as you're coming out of that. It's almost like an airplane taking off of a landing. It has to be this almost quick move. It's quick but deliberate where you're taking off. And so that's the best way I can describe it. And so that's my opinion for what it's worth. Is that help at all? I hope.
I love the idea of making transparencies. I've just made a note of that in my notes. Yeah, I definitely will do that. I'm not sure that, so when I was talking about these little spurs, like if you look at your O,
Yeah.
like at 2 o'clock on the clock face, you've got this little spur coming off on the upper right-hand side, which is directly opposite the first spur that we made. And while my spurs on the left are okay, the ones on the top, like at the top, the 2 o'clock on the O, just are not pleasing at all. So how do you get that dimension?
Yeah, I think basically what it is this, that I'm being very light of hand as I'm starting off to the left here. And then as I'm sliding this way, I'm giving it the pressurizing.
Ah, okay.
And then that. One of the things that Edward Johnson would do would be he would demonstrate in dirty wash water. And in doing so, you would be able to see where certain things were happening, overlapping, transitioning, this, that, and the other. And tomorrow, when we do our happy caps, where we're doing multiple stroking, double and triple stroking, I'm going to have us use dirty wash water so you can see exactly that happening. Okay? Oh, by the way, when Sally sends you the links to the DVD of mine of the hold on just a second. I got to remember this. I got to remember to become human at the end of the day almost, you know. So when she sends you these links to the DVD and the portfolio, one of the things in the portfolio, two of the things, are the alphabets in red. And so you can have transparencies made of those so that when you letter in black, then you can put that red transparency atop it or next to it somewhere. And then it's like, oh, look at that. Why didn't I see that before? And when I taught at Loyola University, some basic lettering classes, it made all the difference in the world if the students actually used the transparencies, you know, because they could self-correct. They wouldn't perpetuate the mistakes. Okay.
You know, years ago, Anne Heckel and some other English calligraphers made a set of transparencies of foundational and sold them.
Foundational.
Yeah, sold them
Yeah.
in a box. I know when I worked for Pendragon, we carried them for a
Uh-huh.
while.
Yes.
And they were excellent,
Those
really.
were excellent. Yeah, they were really good. Yeah. Yeah. So, Gene, how does it feel working this short 8-hour day versus the 12-hour days when we were young and stupid?
Well, I'm just wondering what the homework assignment is for tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. I got, it's a list right here. It's a couple pages. It's going to take me a while to read through it. Basically, the homework assignment is don't go out dancing tonight. Okay.
Right, right. Well, I was able to use Nitigan. I didn't realize I had some, you know.
Oh boy.
And I didn't, yeah, and it really, of course, is wonderful.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
For those of you who are going, oh no, I could have been a good calligrapher if only I had Nitigan, you know. Well, the same company that makes that made Nitigan makes Frankfurt, and
Yep.
that's still available. And
Beautiful.
Frankfurt comes in cream and white. There's probably less of the cream available, but more of the white. And those are just wonderful calligraphy.
Yeah, they're wonderful for watercolor too.
Yeah.
Frankfurt white.
They're very distinctive because the laid lines in them, the textural lines, instead of being straight across, are wavy. They're really pretty, and they're very distinctive. It's the only company that makes a paper that has those wavy laid lines. It's the company Zirkel,
Yeah.
and so they made a number of papers. Very distinctive watermark on those.
And the tooth is wonderful for a broad edged pen.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe not a pointed pen, it might catch.
Uh-huh.
But
And if you use pointed pen, if you use some spray fixative on it, then that can work. You know, it's one of the things. So guys, what do you want to ask as final questions here? Because I mean, I know some of you are have hot dates and are rip snorting ready to go. But if you want to hang out for a minute and ask some questions, I'm here for whatever time you want.
Reggie, I have a question about the project background that you sent out. Is the gray and the red, was that done in watercolor? And if it was, is there any problem with the ink bleeding on that when you ink over it?
You know, it depends on what paper you have copied it onto. And this is a good question because it's going to be a two-part answer. It depends on the paper that you have copied this onto. You know, some of the papers are going to be just fine. Some papers are going to want to bleed. All the papers will probably be improved by doing a dusting of gum Sanderac on it. If you do a few strokes on the piece of paper before you put a design on it, and it bleeds, then after you have run it through the copier and have this grid design on it, then if you spray fix it with workable spray fixative, most of the time Krylon is real good, then you'll have no problem with it. But the two-part answer is this. Let's say that you're going to go to the copy shop and you're going to get a Xerox made or a photocopy made. Well, that's really a laser print. And the technology there is like this. Think about this. You're going to have a black and white copy made. You've got your laser printer at home and you feed a piece of paper through it and there's a jam. So you have to open that door up and pull that paper out, and you get all of this black carbon soot on your fingers. Well, that's a laser printer, a photocopier, a Xerox machine. That's that technology. If it doesn't jam, if it goes through unimpeded, at the very end of it, what's happening is this. The reason it doesn't smudge off after it comes out of that is at the end of it, think of it as hot rollers. It's a fusing unit. So all that dusty stuff that was on there, once it goes through the fusing unit, it's fused onto the paper. And that's what gives it that slick, almost plasticine surface from a laser printer, a Xerox machine, a photocopier, versus an inkjet copier, in which the color, the ink, is just sprayed onto it and seeps into the fiber of the paper. And so when you're lettering on papers that I recommend you do guidelines on, you're a lot better off if you can feed it through an inkjet printer, because then those lines aren't slick and repelling your writing fluid. Okay. And so in an instance where you have that red band and that gray band, if it were through a laser copier, those would be pretty slick and awful to try to write on versus the inkjet. Okay.
Okay, I guess so. If you're doing a piece of artwork, let's say,
Yeah.
and you do a wash of either watercolor or gouache,
Yeah.
you put the fix-it on before you would do the ink lettering over it.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Okay.
And the Krylon is a good brand. Get it anywhere. And the workable spray fixative is what you would like. The problem is you got to do it outside if possible, because that stuff is not good to breathe in. If you have really good ventilation indoors, then you can do it like that. Otherwise, it's a hard call to make, because if you actually look at the directions, the temperature should be above 50 degrees, and you don't want it too humid. And if you take it outside and the wind is blowing hard, you only have a few days like that. So if you've got backgrounds that you want to use, wait for a good day and go out and spray fix the living daylights out of them, while you have a chance.
And
So,
Sanderac could work too, though, couldn't it?
well, that's just it.
Once it's dry.
Sometimes you want
Sometimes
Sanderac, sometimes you want spray fix, sometimes you may want both. But it's allowing yourself to have the time to experiment with and have some failures, so that then when you do know what's working, you got the go ahead. You have some confidence to say, oh, I know what's going to work right now, and go ahead with that part at least.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cool.
Good questions, guys. These are great questions.
I'm going to add, if anybody was in the, if anyone was thinking about a new printer, my father-in-law has two Epson 8550s, and I got one for Christmas last year, and I am able to put the 90-pound papers through, and the transparency paper,
Yes.
by just putting it on the thin setting for paper. And then you can also print out photographs or your artwork. It's been a really, really nice printer.
One thing, Pam, if you are going to buy your own transparencies to feed through your machine, let's say you have an inkjet printer, okay? Make
It is.
sure it says on that box of transparencies for inkjet printer.
Yep.
Okay. Or if it's for a laser printer, make sure it says for a laser printer. Because if you get the wrong one, they're not cheap by the box. I mean, you're saving money if you do it by the box, but if you get the wrong box, it's going to not work, period. Not work.
Right. Right.
So,
Thank you.
okay.
Reggie,
Guys, what else?
I was not able to be at Friday night due to a work commitment. So, and then I just heard Bob mention the word project. So, is there a project? What did I miss? Do I need to panic now or tomorrow?
No, you didn't. You didn't miss anything. We're joking. We're joking. I in my year-long course, I'm notorious for assigning homework assignments that just bring people to the edge.
Okay.
They barely live through it, you know. Ask Jean, she knows.
Well, I heard some of that, but I thought I better just check just in case.
No,
Thank you.
I don't have any projects for you guys, so you can have a big sigh of relief, okay? And just enjoy your evening while you can, okay? Because
Well, and we can
tomorrow,
just practice, practice, practice.
we'll be fresh for tomorrow, okay?
Yes, yeah. Thank you. This is excellent, Reggie. Thank you so much.
Thanks. It's fun for me, guys. I love doing this. I just wish we were together because on Saturday nights, what we would do after class, we would order pizza and we would look at our homework. Then that's when we did a lot of the homework critique, while we would have pizza on Saturday nights. So I miss that dearly. But we can do what we can do. So everybody go out and have pizza tonight. That's my assignment. Okay. So okay, guys, listen.
Excuse me.
That's
close it.
actually my plan tonight is pizza, so.
Good.
Enjoy it for all of us.
Yeah, I will.
I'm going to shut down now, and I'll try to get the video to Sally tonight, along with any of the scans and anything else I can think of. And I'll try to remember to also put, on there the attachment of how to view the video. So, and then if I forget anything, you guys will remind me tomorrow, and we'll have a great day tomorrow. Okay?
All right.
Thanks, Reggie.
Hey,
Thank you.
Have a good
Fun.
evening.
everybody.
Fun.
Great
Bye.
day today. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Reggie.
Thank you.
Fun.
You can stop recording.
I think I might.